to U-turn and to finally back Labour's plans to invest in Hamilton Town Centre.
Mr Speaker, what a wonderful representative the Honourable Lady is to her constituency, and I couldn't agree with her more. The SNP candidate is yet to explain to voters in Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse why she voted against the much-needed £8 million investment in Hamilton Town Centre. I hope she will explain before tomorrow's vote. If she doesn't, everyone should back Labour's Davy Russell.
Stephen Flynn. I'll tell you what's bad for town centres, and that is job losses. On the watch of this government, Robert Gordon's University have been forced to publish a report which outlines that there could be 400 job losses in the North Sea every 2 weeks. That is a Grangemouth type shutdown every 2 weeks. How many jobs have to be lost in my constituency for his government to act?
Mr Speaker, the leader of the SNP in this House voted against the setting up of GB Energy in his own constituency that are creating jobs in Scotland. He's against the EU trade deal. He's against the US trade deal. He's against the India trade deal. He is bad for jobs and they should go.
Towns and villages across North East Scotland, such as Aberdeen, Inverurie, Kintore, Ellen in my constituency, they are all going to need regeneration in the future if his government keeps decimating the oil and gas sector. The best thing he can do, that his government can do for the North East of Scotland, is to allow new licences and cut their increase to the EPL. Will he commit to doing this? Otherwise, more and more money will need to be put into North East Scotland to regenerate our towns in the future.
Mr Speaker, it's this government that's putting money into Scottish towns to regenerate them. And as we keep saying from this dispatch box on a number of occasions, the oil and gas will be with us for decades to come, but the industry itself is making the transition. We have to make sure that transition happens, and it happens for the benefit of workers in North East of Scotland and all over Scotland. But it's a transition, Mr Speaker, that I'm not even sure the Honourable Lady or the party opposite actually now back.
Annalise Midgley.
Question number 8, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, following the spring statement, it was confirmed that the block grant for Scotland this year was a record £50 billion. No thanks to the SNP and Reform, Mr Speaker, who both voted against this massive funding boost for Scotland and who scrapped the Barnett formula that had delivered it. Despite that record funding, the SNP still have no plan to get waiting lists down, with 1 in 6 Scots still stuck on NHS waiting lists and educational attainment gap growing by the day.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Despite the record funding provided by the Labour government, the SNP plan to downgrade the neonatal intensive care unit at Wishaw General, which could force the families of sick babies to travel as far as Aberdeen for treatment and support. Does he agree with me that the SNP cut should be reversed?
Mr Speaker, as the father of an 18-week-old daughter, I'm absolutely horrified by these proposals, and I know it will be causing anxiety for families across Lanarkshire. That's why it's so disappointing to see the SNP candidate in the Hamilton by-election back these plans to downgrade the Wishaw neonatal unit. The way to send a message to the SNP that this is unacceptable is to vote for Davy Russell tomorrow in the Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse by-election.
David Smith.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Chancellor's autumn budget delivered the biggest settlement in the history of devolution for the Scottish Government, £50 billion. I want to see that cash reach the frontline services which have suffered years of cuts under the SNP. And that record settlement is only possible because of the Barnett formula, something opposed not only by the Scottish Nationalists, but also the member for Clacton, whose reform circus was sent packing from Hamilton this week.
David Smith.
Mr Speaker, the largest ever devolution settlement of £50 billion is great news for Scotland and its local authorities. But under the SNP, there are 840,000 cases on NHS waiting lists. This affects people in my constituency in North Northumberland, many of whom use cross-border healthcare and dental services. So, does the Minister agree with me that the SNP needs to sort itself out and start delivering change to the NHS as Labour is in England?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I could not agree more. In England, waiting lists have fallen since Labour came to office less than a year ago, while in Scotland they continue to rise, and now we see nearly 1 in 6 Scots waiting for treatment. John Swinney has, in total desperation, announced this SNP government's 5th recovery NHS plan in less than 4 years. But the reality is patients, staff, and we all know Scotland desperately needs a new direction.
Before we start Prime Minister's questions, I'd like to welcome in the gallery the Speaker of Bahrain and his delegation. A big welcome to you. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Clive Efford.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're investing £15.6 billion in transport infrastructure of the North and of the Midlands. Mr. Speaker, we're decisively turning the page on a failed economic model of low investment, and we're backing the talent and prospects of the whole country. And over coming weeks, we'll set out plans for further investment and renewal. Mr. Speaker, our strategic defence review shows this government will never gamble with our national security. Through the biggest sustained increase since the Cold War, we will transform our defence, strengthen our nation and invest in jobs and industry across the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, we all remember the glorious summer in 2012 when the world's greatest athletes came to London to compete in the Olympics and the Paralympics. It showcased Britain at its best, not just in track and field, but also as a country that can host major cultural and sporting events. Yeah. My right honourable friend has been written to by over 200 of our top athletes. Some of them are members of Cambridge Harriers that meets in my constituency, and they're calling for the government to support the bid for the 2029 World Athletics Championships to take place in London. If successful, it will lift the whole nation. If successful, it will lift the whole nation. It will inspire a generation of new athletes. It will showcase Britain on a world stage, put £400 million into our economy. What's not to like?
I think the race has finished. Go on, Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. One of the greatest achievements of the last Labour government was that 2012 Olympics in London, and we all remember it. Can I pay tribute, given the response, can I pay tribute to the extraordinary contribution of Tessa Jowell to that Games? Agree there have been huge economic benefits of hosting major sporting events, as well as an important legacy.
We come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi.
Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, the winter fuel policy was set in stone. 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister U-turned. Today, the Chancellor is rushing her plans because she just realised when winter is. So, on behalf of the pensioners who want to know, can the Prime Minister be clear with us here and now? How many of the 10 million people who lost their winter fuel payments will get it back?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm glad to see she's catching up with what happened 2 weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, at the budget, we took the right decision to stabilise the economy because of the £22 billion black hole that they left. And the signs, we took the right decisions. The growth figures are up, the interest rates have been cut, and we got 3 trade deals. So we will look again, as I said 2 weeks ago, at the eligibility for winter fuel, and of course we'll set out how we pay for it. But because we've stabilised the economy, Mr. Speaker, we on this side are committed to the triple lock, and that increased pensions by over £400 this April. On their side, they say the triple lock is unsustainable, and I think her position is she wants to means test it.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister clearly has selective amnesia. I asked him 3 questions about the winter fuel payments 2 weeks ago, and he was floundering. The fact is, he hasn't answered the question I asked him. He hasn't answered the question I asked him. He can't tell us who will get the payments. All we see is U-turn after U-turn. His head must be spinning. Will he apologise now for taking the payments away in the first place, including to his own backbenchers? And can he tell us how he's going to pay for this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we took the right decisions at the budget because we needed to stabilise the economy. She needs to apologise for the fact that they left the economy in a terrible state. We had a mini budget which blew up the economy, and we were left with a £22 billion black hole. When she gets up, perhaps she should apologise for that.
Mr. Speaker, the OBR has said there was no such black hole. He's just given away £30 billion for the Chagos Island. That's his black hole. He hasn't stabilised the economy. Borrowing prices are higher now than any time in the last Parliament. He has not stabilised the economy. He has no clear answers on what he's doing. It's just chaos, chaos, chaos. He keeps making announcements with no detail. So let's move to another area of confusion. Can we get a simple answer? Will the government keep the two-child benefit cap?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely determined that we will drive down child poverty. That's one of the proudest things of the last Labour government. That's why we've got a task force. That's why we've got a strategy, and we'll set out that strategy in due course. But we drive child poverty down. Under them, poverty always goes up.
Badenoch.
I didn't ask him about a task force. I asked him if he will keep the two-child benefit cap, and he doesn't know. It's just chaos and uncertainty. He has no details. He is briefing something and causing a lot of confusion to the people out there. But on that two-child benefit cap, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell him this. I believe in family, but I also believe in fairness. Yes. On this side of the House, we believe that people on benefits should have to make the same choices on having children as everyone else. Yes. What does the Prime Minister believe?
Mr. Speaker, I believe profoundly in driving down poverty and child poverty. That's why we'll put a strategy in place. But she talks about head spinning. There's only one leader, Mr. Speaker, who's been praised this week by the Russian embassy. And if she carries on echoing Kremlin talking points like this, Reform are going to be sending her an application form for membership.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister what he believes in. He had to look in his folder to find the answer. His MPs behind him know what they believe in. He doesn't know. Mr. Speaker, he has been in government for nearly a year. It's only going to get harder. Yes. He's been in government only a year. It's only going to get harder and harder. The canned forced laughter, the planted questions, all of this is going to disappear because at every single point, things are getting worse. He has to ask Morgan McSweeney what it is that he believes in. But the fact is the chaos is being felt in the economy. The Chancellor said she would not be coming back with new tax rises, but she will have to pay for all of these U-turns which she's announcing out there, isn't she?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to look in my folder because here I've got the quote that she had on Sky News. I will read it, thank you. It's what the Leader of the Opposition says. It's worth listening to. What she said was this. Sky News, Mr. Speaker, Israel is fighting a proxy war on behalf of the United Kingdom, just like Ukraine is on behalf of Western Europe against Russia. Well, that was certainly noticed in the Russian embassy because they put out a statement saying the Leader of the Opposition has finally called a spade a spade. Ukraine is indeed fighting a proxy war against Russia on behalf of Western interests. And they went on to say the illegitimate Kyiv regime, created, financed and armed by the West, has been at it since 2014. So they endorsed, they want the detail. I've given the quote. That's what Russia said in response. She asked me what I believe in. I believe in standing by Ukraine and calling out Russia as the aggressor.
Mr. Speaker, it was our government that stood behind Ukraine and led the way in Europe. Everything he has said this afternoon is total nonsense. Obfuscation, avoiding the question. He doesn't have any answers. It's disgraceful. I asked him, Mr. Speaker, about the two-child benefit cap. He's talking about the Kremlin. He's saying everything he can to distract from the mess he is making of our economy. The OECD, Mr. Speaker, the OECD has downgraded growth for the next 2 years. He can't rule out tax rises. The police chiefs are saying they don't have the money they need to keep the public safe. Just as he's releasing more criminals onto the streets. His cabinet are squabbling with each other. They've said that they've lost control of the borders, but he still managed, Mr. Speaker, to find £30 billion to give away the Chagos Islands. This is total and utter chaos. 2 weeks ago, he was crowing about his historic trade deal and how he got 0% tariffs on steel. Now the steel industry will face 25% tariffs unless he does exactly what President Trump tells him to. It is chaos, chaos, chaos. And isn't the root of the chaos, Mr. Speaker, that it is about this Prime Minister, his decisions and his judgment?
The only advice, Mr. Speaker, she gets up on a Wednesday morning, scrolls through social media, never does any of it. We're the only country in the world that isn't paying the 50% tax on steel. And we're working in the US, and that will be coming down. We are working on it to bring it down to zero. That is going to happen.
Order. Please. Let's listen to the answer, even if you don't believe you're getting one. It is how the Prime Minister wishes to.
What did she opposes the US deal, she opposes the India deal, she opposes what we're doing with the EU, and she opposes Diego Garcia. That's a vital intelligence and strategic capability. Absolutely clear that legal uncertainty would compromise that capability in a very short time. No responsible Prime Minister would ever let that happen. We have secured the long-term basis for the base. That has been welcomed by Mr. Speaker, welcomed by the US, NATO, Australia, New Zealand, India. They're our allies. It's been opposed by our adversaries, Russia, China and Iran. And into that column we have reform, presumably following Putin, and the Tories following reform.
Hammer.
Anyone who saw the 6-year-old girl fleeing the flaming shelter where her family were killed by an Israeli airstrike will carry those horrific images with them forever. These are very dark days, and Gaza is a stain on the soul of humanity, and it is a further shame that there is more moral clarity coming from Ms. Rachel on YouTube than there is from many world leaders who are complicit in silence. The Prime Minister said this week that Britain must be ready for war, and I ask, after tens of thousands of deaths, after a generation of Gazans stunted by hunger and trauma, when will it be ready for peace? When will it help to stop this genocide? When will it hold the Israeli government to account? And when will it recognise the State of Palestine?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to her for raising this, and she's absolutely right to describe this as dark days. And Israel's recent action is appalling and, in my view, counterproductive and intolerable. And we have strongly opposed the expansion of military operations and settler violence and the blocking of humanitarian aid. Mr. Speaker, you will have seen we've suspended the FTA talks and sanctioned extremists supporting violence in the West Bank. We will keep looking at further action along with our allies, including sanctions. But let me be absolutely clear. We need to get back to a ceasefire. We need the hostages who've been held for a very long time to be released. And we desperately need more aid at speed and at volume into Gaza, because it's an appalling and intolerable situation.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by welcoming reports that the Chancellor will give winter fuel payments to more pensioners this winter. Though, because we still wait the details, we will reserve our full judgment. But, Mr. Speaker, can I recognise the efforts of the Prime Minister to pull out all the stops to avoid President Trump's damaging tariffs? A letter from the King offering to water down online safety laws, even trying to send the Open to one of Trump's golf courses. The Prime Minister thought he'd secured 0% tariffs for British steel, but now Trump is threatening us with 50% unless we comply with his new 5-week deadline. Mr. Speaker, this is classic Trump, changing the terms of a deal he had already agreed. Does the Prime Minister share my fear that nothing will stop Trump messing the UK around, short of bunging a few £100 million into his Trump coin?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, We have a deal, and we're implementing it, and within a very short time, I'm very confident we will get those tariffs down in accordance with the deal. And I'll come back to him and update the House in due course, and I think the House will be very pleased at the outcome of that. But because of the approach... No, wait. This is zero tariffs on steel, and he says, no, they wouldn't. Well, let's come back to this in just a couple of weeks when we've implemented it. But they obviously don't want this. We back steel, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House. They laugh at attempts to back steel on their side of the House, and that's a big part of the problem.
David. Well, Mr. Speaker, I had hoped the Prime Minister would be now beginning to see the sort of man that Trump is and start getting tough on him. So we will come back to this issue. But moving on, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the remarks of the Prime Minister on Gaza, because I'm sure all of us are appalled by the latest scenes. Starving people desperate for food, water and medicine met with chaos and violence. The US-Israeli programme is clearly failing, and nothing short of lifting the full blockade on aid will do. But given the Netanyahu government refuses to do that, will the Prime Minister take more decisive action today? Will he push at the United Nations Security Council for humanitarian corridors to get the desperately needed aid urgently into Gaza?
Minister.
Can I give him my assurance, because this is a very important issue, that we are working at pace with our allies on that very issue to take whatever measures we can to get that humanitarian aid in. We've been doing that intensively over recent weeks, and I can give him my assurance we'll continue to do that, because that aid needs to get in at speed and at volume, and he's absolutely right about that.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been over 2 decades since the Labour government banned the cruel practice of fur farming. But the job is not done. Real fur and fur products are still being imported into the UK. This week, I delivered a petition to Number 10 with over 1 million signatures calling for a fur-free Britain. My private member's bill would do exactly that. So does my right honourable friend agree it's time to close the loopholes, ban the import and sale of real fur, and finally put the fur trade out of fashion?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for her campaign? I know the Environment Minister will have heard her representations. We have commissioned the Expert Animal Welfare Committee to produce a full report on responsible sourcing of fur to inform the next steps that need to be taken, and we're committed to publishing an animal welfare strategy later this week.
Rachel Gilmore.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Molly is a single mother caring for a child with cancer. She cannot work because of her caring responsibilities. Since January, she has tried to claim disability living allowance and universal credit, but faced constant DWP bureaucracy. This bureaucracy is continuing right up to yesterday, when she received yet another frustrating letter from the DWP about her DLA. Will the Prime Minister assure Molly and others like her that his government is doing all that it can to help, and visit Tiverton and Minehead to see these challenges firsthand and work with me to find a solution?
Prime Minister.
Well, I can thank her for raising this case, and I'm deeply sorry to hear about Molly's situation. We are improving the lives of those that need it, but what I'll do, with her permission, the Secretary of State, the DWP, has just said to me, I'll look into the case. So if she could provide the details, I'll make sure that it gets proper attention and that we can deal with the particular problem she's raised. And I'm grateful to her, and I'm sure Molly is, for raising it. And I hope now we can take the action that's necessary.
Alex Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, in Wales, we will never forget how our steel industry was neglected by the Conservative government. They made unfunded promises, they refused to make critical decisions, and they left Port Talbot on a cliff edge. So can I welcome the news overnight that this Labour government has secured an exemption for our steel industry from the latest US tariffs, a deal secured by this Labour Prime Minister? Can I ask the Prime Minister if he will take this opportunity to update the House on what further work he is doing in order to support our steel workers across Wales and across our United Kingdom?
Prime Minister.
He's doing great work with the Welsh Labour colleagues to champion working people in Wales. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom is the only country in the world which won't be subject to the additional tariffs announced today, the only country in the world, and we are working with the US at this moment to swiftly implement the agreement that we've reached, which will see the 25% tariffs removed. We want that, they don't want that, and that's crucial. That is crucial for British jobs. We fought tooth and nail for our steel industry, saving jobs at British Steel and improving the deal at Port Talbot, and we'll continue to do so.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has repeatedly told this House that it is not for him or his government to determine what is and what is not a genocide. But that position is no longer tenable, because at the High Court recently, the Prime Minister instructed his lawyers to argue that in Gaza, and I quote, "no genocide has occurred or is occurring." So the truth is, his government has made a determination. The question is, does he have the courage of his convictions, and will he repeat from that dispatch box what he told his lawyers to argue in the High Court, that he believes that no genocide has occurred or is occurring in Gaza?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've said that we are strongly opposed and appalled by Israel's recent actions. I've been absolutely clear in condemning them and calling them out, whether that's the expansion of military operations, settler violence, or the dreadful blocking of aid. It's completely unacceptable. We must see a ceasefire, hostages must be released, and there must be aid into Gaza. But he talks about peace and security, Mr. Speaker. Compare their party, as I understand it, at this moment of global instability, as we go into a new era. What do they want to do? They want to get rid of the nuclear deterrent, the single most important capability that we have to keep the UK safe, harming the industry and harming the country.
Badenoch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Carnegie UK was established by Dunfermline-born philanthropist Andrew Carnegie, and they found that people under 49 are twice as likely to have been negatively impacted by the rising cost of living compared to those over 65s. Mr. Speaker, it's vital we increase opportunities for younger people and help put more money in their pocket. But sadly this week we saw the Scottish Government seek to close off an opportunity for young people by refusing to support new skills investment from Rolls-Royce, while the college sector in Scotland also warns of a funding crisis. Can I ask the Prime Minister what more he is doing to make sure young people in Scotland get the opportunities they deserve despite a failing and stagnant SNP Scottish Government?
Well, I thank him for raising this. At a time of global conflict, it is staggering that the SNP policy is to block an £11 million investment for a new national welding centre on the Clyde. To block it. I was there, Mr. Speaker, earlier this week. I saw the huge potential for apprenticeships, for job opportunities and for young people. I support it. They block it. In England, Mr. Speaker, we're backing 120,000 more apprentices and £3 billion of funding as part of our plan for change. And despite the highest funding settlement in the history of devolution, they're cutting college budgets, they're blocking opportunities, they have no plan for Scotland's future.
Sir Poachin.
Given the Prime Minister's desire to strengthen strategic alignment with our European neighbours, will he, in the interests of public safety, follow the lead of France, Denmark, Belgium and others and ban the burqa?
Prime Minister.
Can I welcome her to her place? But I'm not going to follow her down that line. But now she is here and safely in her place, perhaps she could tell her new party leader that his latest plan to bet £80 billion of unfunded tax cuts, with no idea how he's going to pay for it, is Liz Truss all over again. Although, considering I think she was a Conservative member when Liz Truss was leader, she probably won't.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During recess, I visited Scottish Action for Mental Health's Red Hall Walled Garden, which I'm proud to say is in Edinburgh South West. It has operated for decades as a therapeutic horticultural centre supporting adults with mental health problems. Like similar community mental health services across Scotland, it is now under threat. It faces potential closure due to chronic underfunding of IGBs by the SNP government. Does the Prime Minister agree that facilities like Red Hall Walled Garden should have been a priority for the SNP when deciding how to spend the record funding settlement Scottish Labour MPs won for Scotland?
Prime Minister.
What my honourable friend describes is how health services in Scotland are utterly broken under the SNP. From people waiting too long for mental health support in his constituency to the Wishaw neonatal unit in Hamilton, which the SNP are threatening to downgrade. In 2021, the SNP said they recruit 1,000 more community mental health workers. They utterly failed to do so. If the SNP had a plan to fix Scotland's NHS, they'd have done it by now. Scotland needs a change of direction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir John Cunliffe's interim report published yesterday laid out the fundamental changes that are needed for our water sector. This is felt no more acutely than in my constituency of Chichester. We have a harbour that's in an unfavourable declining condition, and sewage is blighting our tourism industry. But with water bills from Southern Water rising by 47% for my constituents, can the Prime Minister tell them when they can expect to see the real change that this government promised and our waterways cleaned up for good?
Well, can I share her anger and frustration at the broken water system that we inherited, with frankly appalling sewage, higher bills and executives paying themselves huge bonuses. And the era of being rewarded for failure is over. We've launched a record 81 criminal investigations into law-breaking water companies in England, introduced the Water Act with prison sentences for polluting bosses and banning unfair bonuses, and will respond to the Independent Water Commission in full following the publication of the final report.
David Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proposed Hemel Health Campus, a partnership between the NHS and the Council, presents a perfect opportunity to deliver on Labour's commitment to neighbourhood-based care, bringing services closer to where people live, in facilities designed around their needs. It can also help to regenerate our town centre. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it is essential that all stakeholders involved in the project are as ambitious as possible and work to deliver a community hospital that builds on the services currently available and reflects the evolving needs of our town?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I pay tribute to how he's bringing people together to deliver better care in the community that meets the needs of his constituents. The proposals for the health campus will be open to public consultation. I'd urge the whole community to input into that to ensure the strongest investment case is put forward. I'm pleased that waiting lists in his local trust have fallen by a fifth since March 24 because of the investment that we've put into the NHS, which of course was opposed by the parties opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few months, I've been meeting with care providers in my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon who deliver essential and expert care to some of my most vulnerable constituents. But like so many small businesses, they're under huge financial pressures, and the hike in national insurance is yet another burden many can't afford. I welcome the government party U-turn on winter fuel payment cuts following pressure from these Liberal Democrat benches. So when will the Prime Minister offer relief to care providers and other small businesses and U-turn on the punitive hike to national insurance?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we announced £502 million to support local authorities to manage the changes in NICs. We put £3.7 billion in additional funding for social care, doubled the Disabilities Facilities Grant, and introducing the first ever fair pay agreement for professional carers, including minimum standards for pay. But I would just gently say to her, her party opposed the budget which provides the money for the funding. You can't keep asking for more spending and oppose a budget which raises the money.
Natalie Fleet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first constituent to reach out to me was a brave bowls-over mummy who had waited 4 years, 5 months from rape to prosecution, with 3 postponements and multiple suicide attempts. I will do everything I can to use this chamber to speak out for women that are being so badly let down. How will the Prime Minister support me to make sure that when these survivors, these formidable women across the country come forward, they will get justice and there will be space in our prisons for their perpetrators?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for raising this case so powerfully and everything that she's doing on it? The case she's outlined is utterly shameful, and for far too many victims are waiting too long for justice. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering a record number of sitting days, reviewing criminal courts to speed up the hearing of these cases and have as a mission to halve violence against women and girls. she talks about the prison system. The party opposite left the prison system on the brink of collapse, routinely operating at 99% capacity, because in 14 long years they only added just 500 extra places. We will deliver 14,000 new prison places so the public are protected from these vile offenders.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister told us during the general election that he is a socialist. What's been more surprising is to find out in the last couple of weeks that the leader of the Reform Party might be one too. As the Chancellor puts the spending review and locks it down, will the Prime Minister please remind her of Mrs Thatcher's all too pertinent observation that the trouble is with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money to spend.
Was it Kwasi Kwarteng that he replaced? And now he stands there to give lectures on economic prudence. You couldn't script it. But, Mr. Speaker, the difference between the Labour government and the parties opposite in Reform is we believe in properly costing our plans. They've got £80 billion worth of unfunded commitments. Liz Truss 2.0.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Blackpool's own boxing champion Brian Rose uses his gym to tackle knife crime, antisocial behaviour and give young people a safe space, demonstrating the significant impact of amateur gyms. Thousands of these amateur gyms up and down the country operate on a shoestring and can't afford to keep the lights on, reliant on brilliant charities like Maverick All-Stars, Empire's Fighting Chance and Matchroom in the Community. Would the Prime Minister join me in thanking these charities, praising the volunteers in these gyms, and will he throw a haymaker behind these gyms, giving them the knockout support they need to continue their vital work?
Well, can I thank him? He's a great champion for how amateur boxing gyms can transform both physical and mental health and confidence in young people. And the time, I have to say, given by selfless volunteers is inspiring, and we should thank them for it. England Boxing are investing £9 million in the sport, and GB Boxing will also receive more than £12 million during the next Olympic Games cycle. And I know my honourable friend will be looking forward to Liverpool hosting the inaugural World Boxing Championship, I think, in September.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since July, health services in my constituency have got worse. The Chase Hospital may close. In Borden, the promised health hub has not arrived. And in Haslemere this week, we've learnt that inpatient wards are being closed because of a lack of GP cover. The Prime Minister promised hundreds of more GPs. Could he possibly send one or two of them to Farnham and Borden?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I remind myself they left the NHS on its knees. The last Labour government brought the waiting list down to record lows. They drove them up to record highs. The last Labour government had the highest possible confidence in the NHS. They dragged it down to the lowest ever levels. Because of the money that we're putting in, we've done 3 million extra appointments in the first year of a Labour government. That's the difference Labour makes in power.
David Pinto-Chichinsky.
Mr. Speaker, the Environment Agency predicts that 8 million homes, that's 1 in 4 in England, could be at risk of flooding by 2050. But despite this, the party opposite presided over a tripling of the proportion of our flood defences deemed not adequate. By contrast, this Labour government is investing over £2.6 billion in new flood defences, including in the Greenway in my Hendon constituency. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it's a shame that not all parties share this government's determination to keep homes safe from flooding?
Prime Minister. I thank you for highlighting this, because the party opposite left our flood defences in the worst state on record. It's prisons, it's NHS, it's the economy, it's flooding. Every single thing they touched, they broke. We're investing £2.65 million to build and maintain flood defences, and that means 52,000 more properties will be protected by March of next year.
Mr.
Mr Speaker, Glastonbury is experiencing a notable increase in antisocial behaviour. St John's Church was recently forced to close its doors after gravestones were reportedly used as counters for drug transactions. Constituents Peter and Melanie told me that people have been targeted when collecting their pensions with demands for money, leaving them feeling scared and overwhelmed. The lawlessness is deterring tourists, and business owners have told me trade is suffering. As visitors start to arrive ahead of the Glastonbury Festival, could the Prime Minister reassure my constituents that he will give the police the additional resource that they need to tackle this threatening and menacing behaviour to reduce the devastating crime wave sweeping through the town?
Well, she's absolutely right to raise this, and antisocial behaviour massively impacts on individuals and their communities, and that's why we're introducing 13,000 new neighbourhood police and giving them better powers, respect orders, so they can actually deal with what they see on the streets effectively. It's very important that we take this seriously.
David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This time last year, Southend United Football Club almost went bankrupt thanks to the mismanagement by the former owner. But on Sunday, they made it to Wembley for the National League playoff finals. And despite being beaten by Oldham Athletic in the 11th hour, it was like the phoenix rising from the flames to see them on the pitch. So will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating Southend United on their outstanding recovery and give me an assurance that the government's doing all they can to make sure that no club ever has to go through what our club went through?
Let me congratulate Southend on what was an incredible achievement. Commiserations for the final result. One of the police officers on my team, Mr Speaker, is an ardent Southend supporter, so I know all about the team and the plans and the stadium and what it means. But I should also congratulate Oldham, of course, for that victory as well. Thank you.
Right, final question, Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 1999, the Prime Minister produced a book on miscarriage of justice, recommending ways of preventing them or quickly putting them right. But in 2014, people who had been wrongly imprisoned and then exonerated were only allowed compensation if they could prove their innocence beyond reasonable doubt. This ignored the decision of the court exonerating them, and actually meant that 93% of people who had been wrongfully imprisoned, often had their lives destroyed, got no compensation whatsoever. This is an institutional miscarriage of justice. Will he instruct the Department of Justice to review this matter and pay personal attention to actually getting this travesty of justice resolved?
Prime Minister.
Well, he raises a really important issue that I'm obviously aware of. It is right that victims of miscarriage can apply for compensation and appropriately do so, and I'll take away what he says and have it looked at.
Right, with that completes Prime Minister's questions. Let the front bench change over. Point of order. Can the honourable gentleman find a seat, please? Can't just stand there and just have a conversation. Point of order, Jesse Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this House and indeed the viewing public have just been treated to the very unfortunate spectacle of a Prime Minister who is completely unwilling to answer questions from the Leader of the Opposition. So much so that he entirely changed the subject and started, instead of referring to the child benefit cap, started referring to the Kremlin and Russia. I know that you, Mr. Speaker, pay careful attention to the content of supplementary questions to make sure that they are within scope. Could you give us some guidance as to whether you may be able to control answers when they are wildly inappropriate?
Can I just say, as somebody who knows quite rightly how this House runs, also knows that I have no responsibility for the answers that are given by ministers. What I would say is put this point on the record, but I've been in this House since 1997, and I can honestly say, and we both can honestly say, the scope has always been that we've always questioned the answers, whoever has been at that dispatch box. So nothing has quite changed, but the point is on the record. Right. Let us now move to the first of the statements. We call on the Secretary of the Treasury, Darren Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I would like to update the House on the government's work to boost growth across the United Kingdom. As the Prime Minister set out in the Plan for Change, economic growth is the #1 mission of this government. It is key to delivering on the government's goals: higher wages for working people, delivering economic and national security, and investing in our public services. Mr. Speaker, we are already making progress. The most recent figures showed that the United Kingdom was the fastest growing economy of any G7 country in the first quarter of the year, and that real wages have risen more since July 2024 than over the first 10 years of the previous Conservative government. But we are keenly aware, Mr. Speaker, that this progress must be widely felt in every part of the country. As such, our plans for regional growth will be hardwired into the spending review and infrastructure strategy, which will be set out in more detail in the coming weeks. This investment will be targeted squarely at the renewal of Britain and fixed on the priorities of working people, delivering on the promise of change, improving lives and communities across the country. This morning, the Chancellor set out her next steps for nationwide growth in a series of speeches across the North and the Midlands, and I am pleased to update the House on those announcements now. A key part of the government's growth mission is the view that growth relies on dynamic, interconnected city regions, creating clusters of activity where people can get around, communicate, share ideas, commute, find good work, and earn wages that flow back into strong local economies. As most members know, the majority of our city regions have poor public transport systems, holding back growth and improvements to air quality and making it harder to get around. Stronger transport links are therefore crucial. They create opportunities for individuals to access a wider pool of jobs, for employers to access a wider labour market, and for businesses to expand the market for their goods and services. If we were to increase the productivity of our largest city regions outside London just to match the national average, this would grow the economy by £86 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say that this government is making the biggest investment in intra-city transport connectivity that this country has ever seen. The spending review will allocate funding for ambitious local transport programmes across England, including the new Transport for City Regions Fund launched by the government today. This will give 9 city region mayors a share of £15.6 billion in long-term Transport for City region settlements running until 2032. The benefits and opportunities will be felt in the cities and towns across these combined authorities and by those who commute to work from outside those city regions. The previous government said they would do some of this, but as is always the case, they never put the money aside to pay for it. As a result of our reforms to the fiscal rules and decision to increase investment at Autumn Budget 2024, this Labour government is delivering. Mr. Speaker, the funding announced today will mean that the Mayor of West Yorkshire can now fully commit to delivering the West Yorkshire Mass Transit System, which will be fully integrated with cycling, walking, bus and rail, making journeys quicker, more accessible and more reliable across the region. The Mayor of the West Midlands can extend the metro from Birmingham city centre to the new Sports Quarter, unlocking more than £3 billion of private investment, bringing benefits and opportunities to those living in the constituency of my right honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Ladywood, and all those that travel there. It will mean that the Mayor of Greater Manchester can grow and transform the Metrolink tram network, building new tram stops in Bury, Manchester and Oldham, which will help drive up living standards for the constituents of my honourable friends, the members for Bury North and South, and Oldham East and Saddleworth, and for others in the North West region. The Mayor of the Liverpool City region can deliver 3 new rapid bus routes, linking up the city centre, John Lennon Airport, the new Everton Stadium on Bramley Moor Dock, and new homes built on the Central Docks redevelopment and Anfield. And the Mayor of the North East will now be able to extend the Tyne Wear Metro, linking Washington with Newcastle and Sunderland, connecting those living in my honourable friend, the member for Washington and Gateshead South constituency, to new jobs and opportunities. And Mr. Speaker, if I may, can I pay particular tribute to the honourable member for Washington and Gateshead South, who has campaigned for this project for years and years, now being delivered by a Labour government. This investment will also mean, Mr. Speaker, that the Mayor for South Yorkshire can renew the existing and now publicly owned Supertram network with track replacements, overhead line maintenance, rolling stock renewal, and yielding a fleet of new vehicles by 2032, linking jobs and homes in Sheffield and the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Rotherham. We are backing the Mayor of West of England's plans for mass transit development across the region, with improved rail infrastructure to help unlock more services between Brabazon and Bristol city centre, meaning shorter journey times to Bristol Temple Meads across the wider area, and providing greater opportunities for those in my honourable friend, the member for Filton and Bradley Stokes constituency, and in declaring my own interest, Mr. Speaker, in my own. And after years, Mr. Speaker, and after years of the Mayor of Tees Valley trying to persuade his Conservative colleagues to fund these important projects, I'm delighted to confirm today that this Labour government is now backing the region to invest in, for example, the Middlesbrough station in my honourable friend, the member for Middlesbrough and Thornbury East constituency, unblocking local networks and increasing capacity on local lines. And can I pay particular thanks to my honourable friends, the members in the Teesside region, who have lobbied hard to see this investment in their region now being delivered by a Labour government. And the Mayor of the East Midlands can now forge the Trent Arc, linking Derby and Nottingham to create tens of thousands of new jobs and homes, connecting Infinity Park Investment Zone and the East Midlands Freeport, with sites including Ratcliffe-on-Soar Clean Energy and Advanced Manufacturing, and East Midlands Intermodal Park, home of Toyota in the region, along the Trent Arc corridor. Mr. Speaker, this funding is substantial, marking a 2.4 times real terms increase in spending on city-region connectivity, funding the priorities that matter to hard-working people living across the country. Mr. Speaker, these announcements were only made possible today because at the autumn budget in 2024, the Chancellor took the necessary action to reform the fiscal rules, to improve stability after years of chaos from the party opposite, and to unlock investment. This means that government can now provide greater investment in Britain's economic revival, as for the first time, the Treasury takes account of the value of financial assets and not just the costs of investment. This has enabled us to increase investment by over £113 billion more than the last Conservative government, whilst keeping debt on a sustainable path, only made possible by the credibility of our fiscal rules, which require day-to-day spending to be funded with revenue. It is more important than ever, Mr. Speaker, to have a robust fiscal framework. And I am pleased to note that the OBR confirmed at the spring statement that the government will meet its stability and investment rules 2 years ahead of schedule. In addition to her announcements today regarding transport for city region settlements, the Chancellor will set out further detail on this allocation of additional funding at next week's spending review. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, in January, the Chancellor announced a review of the Green Book, the government guidance on appraising options for investment. Since then, we have consulted extensively with stakeholders from across the country, considering potential problems with the Green Book guidance itself and how the guidance is being applied in practice. And can I pay thanks and tribute to many honourable members across the House for engaging on this important issue. We will publish the full conclusions of this review next week. It will mark, Mr. Speaker, a new approach to government decision-making, one which puts an end to siloed Whitehall thinking and takes account of the reinforcing economic effects of infrastructure, housing, skills and jobs to ensure investment takes place in every part of the country. These announcements, Mr. Speaker, reflect just a fraction of our plans to supercharge growth across the United Kingdom. We are focused on investing across all parts of the country to boost prosperity and deliver the change that the British people voted for at last year's election, and there is more to come. The spending review, which we will publish next week, will set out in further detail how an active government will continue to deliver growth, empowering all regions and nations of the UK to reach their full potential, and making working people across the country better off, no matter where they choose to live and work. And unlike the Conservative Party opposite, Mr. Speaker, who will tell you that they would have delivered on their false promises after 14 years of failing to do so, this Labour government in its first year in office is delivering. A country that people will see as being set up for success and that they can take part in. That is the change we promised, and that is the change this Labour government is delivering. And, Mr. Speaker, I commend the statement to the House.
I think you missed Coppell Railway Station, don't you, State? Not to a rich and fuller.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Chief Secretary of the Treasury for his statement and early sight of it. And to start with an area of agreement, it's a shared ambition to enable all parts of this country to participate in the growth and future. Potential in the United Kingdom is everywhere, and it is right that the government seeks to unlock that potential with every means that it can. Indeed, that was one of the guiding principles of the 2019 to 24 Conservative administration with levelling up. And they always say, Mr. Speaker, that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that this Chancellor has a reputation for copying. So I thought I would have a look at the statement made in 2023, which I'm sure the Chief Secretary has seen, of allocations for Network North allocations. And I thought I would compare them, Mr. Speaker, with today's government's announcements. These were the Conservative announcements. These were the Labour announcements. They can shout all they want, Mr. Speaker. Here we go. So let's go. 2023, Conservative promise for the West Midlands, £2.64 billion. I say to all the members opposite, the Chief Secretary is only making a promise. £2.4 billion for West Midlands, 2.1 for West Yorkshire, 2.1 today, 2.5 for Greater Manchester, 2.5 today, 1.45 in 2023, 1.5 today, 1.581 for Liverpool, 1.6 today, 1.84 for the North East, 1.8 today, 0.752 in 2023 for the West of England, 0.8 today, 978 million for the Tees Valley in 2023, 1 billion for Labour today. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, and I know the Chief Secretary is occasionally good with numbers, but does he not agree that essentially what he's announcing today is nothing more than a rounding error on the Conservative plans for 2023? In fact, Mr. Speaker, the only difference between 2023 and 2025 announcements is that in our announcement, we would have spelt the town of Rotherham correctly. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the Chancellor will go around the country rewriting history as frequently as she writes her CV. But nobody believes in her £22 billion black hole. What they do believe is that this Chancellor is open to change. She's going to roll back the issues on winter fuel allowance. She's going to roll back her botched welfare reform. She's going to roll back changes on the two-child policy. To Labour backbenchers opposite, I would say, look at their front bench, their Treasury front bench. They haven't got a spine. If you've got an issue in your constituency and you think you want to stand up for your constituents, make a bid for this Chief Secretary, because he will back down and give you the money. That's what we know from Labour. And we also know, Mr. Speaker, that in the analysis that the government is taking about the Green Book, what they're looking to do is change the assessments of the cost-benefit analysis. So my question to the Chief Secretary is, I do have a number of questions. Will he publish the benefit-cost ratios for each of the projects he's announced today? Will he state whether these have been evaluated on the existing Green Book rules or on the new Green Book rules? And will he today give an indication about what those rules might be? Secondly, can he indicate, as the Labour government tries to decide whether their commitment is to 2% of GDP for defence, 2.5%, 3% or 3.5%, those numbers stretching into the next period of government, but also the investments today stretching into the next period of government, whoever's in government, can he confirm that it's this government's intentions that the investments today will be secure, whatever changes are made on defence expenditures? Mr. Speaker, the Chief Secretary said that he's able to do this because they changed the rules. That's enabled 113 billion more of investment. That's not quite right, is it? Because you can only afford the additional investment, a government can only afford the additional investment if people are prepared to fund it. And there are two people who fund it. It is taxpayers or it is the bond market. So can the Chief Secretary advise whether he is going to look for additional funding from taxes or whether he is looking for additional borrowing if there is a shortfall? Mr. Speaker, the truth is, despite what the backbenchers say, that this Labour Treasury team is out of its depth. It is addicted to tax increases. It is addicted to more borrowing. The Chief Secretary can republish as many press releases as he likes. But we know that because of the reckless mismanagement of the economy, come the autumn, this Labour government will be back for more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy our exchanges, and I'm pleased to see the Shadow Chief Secretary back in his place today. Can I also welcome the fact that he supports our plans and sees the good value in them? He asked me one particular question, and then I'll answer the rest in the round. On the Green Book details, all of the details will be published next week at the spending review, so we'll be able to share that with him in the House at that time. Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chief Secretary also said that we were imitating the Conservative Party's promise to level up the country. I think the British people voted and gave a verdict on their success in delivering that at the last election. Their version of levelling up, Mr. Speaker, was a set of false promises, whereas this Labour government is delivering real change. And the Shadow Chief Secretary, rightly in his role, asked, how will you fund these announcements today? And I've explained in my statement to the House, Mr. Speaker, that it's because of the decisions the Chancellor took to amend the fiscal rules and to invest in Britain instead of continuing with decline that we've been able to do so. But the Shadow Chief Secretary and the Conservative Party haven't said what they would do differently. They were against the change in the fiscal rules. They were against our increasing taxes on the wealthiest people at the budget. They were against every single measure we've taken to be able to pay for the announcements today. So whether it's the Conservative Party, the Reform Party or any other party, they need to recognise that their false promises has led to their decline, that their unfunded promises is disrespectful to the British people, that this Labour government promised change at the election, that we are delivering it. These are fully funded promises, unlike the unfunded promises of the party opposite, which posed a risk to the economy and a risk to the family finances. And the sooner they learn from their lessons, apologise to the British people and come forward with some serious proposals, the better for the debate in this House.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I warmly welcome this investment in Britain and hope that the Treasury will be fully evaluating the impact of this vital transport infrastructure on growth in regions, which we know has always lagged, except for London and the South West. Mr. Speaker, it is important, though, that these figures are set now, fully funded, but we are aware, with all the global shocks that are around, that there could be additional costs on some of the raw materials being used, and any delay obviously adds costs. So will the Chief Secretary tell us what the plans are if costs do go higher? Is it going to be fully funded regardless, or will they have to go back to the drawing board if there are challenges?
I thank my honourable friend, the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee, who rightly alludes to the fact that the Chancellor's speech today is making the case for this government investing in every part of the country and making sure that growth is felt widely. She asks me about supply chain and costs for building infrastructure. She will know, as the House will know, that Britain has unfortunately become a country where most of our infrastructure projects go over time and over budget as a failure of poor industrial policy, poor infrastructure policy and erratic decision making over many, many years. Alongside the spending review, we will be publishing at a slightly later stage the infrastructure strategy, which will answer many of her questions in relation to government policy, recognising the problem that she's raised and the solutions that we'll be setting out to support the supply chain to be able to deliver for Britain.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We Liberal Democrats believe that when the economy is growing, every nation, every region and every person should feel and see the benefits. So we're pleased to see investment in public transport and public infrastructure, but I have to ask the Minister, where is the plan and the money for rural areas? The Minister will remember that at the budget we Liberal Democrats did support and welcomed the government's changes to the fiscal rules that allowed for more productive, for borrowing and more productive investment, and we're delighted to see that one of the beneficiaries of the announcement today is the Metro link to Stockport, which is a testimony to the campaigning of Liberal Democrats who've been campaigning on this for far longer than the Mayor or the Combined Authority even existed. But from Shropshire to the southwest, and from Cumbria to Cornwall, and from Norfolk to Newton Abbot, rural areas feel once again like they have been forgotten. So will the government bring forward a rural growth strategy? Could I also ask the Minister about Wales? Because we know that in Wales, HS2 and the Oxford-Cambridge line have been designated as England-Wales lines as opposed to England only. And I wonder if the Minister could explain to the people of Wales why it is that that has happened and why they are set to lose out on Barnett consequentials. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is one big missing piece of the puzzle. Many of us right-minded people want to see investment in infrastructure, but if we want to build stuff, we need skilled people to build it. So could I ask the Minister, will the government now fix the apprenticeship levy so it can be spent on skills and training? When will the government produce its skills strategy? Why has Skills England been set up as an executive agency of the DfE rather than having employers at its heart, as was promised? And why is the government scrapping the Level 7 apprenticeship when we know it supports social mobility, including into engineering? We welcome this investment into transport infrastructure, but that transport infrastructure will not build itself. We need the people skilled to do it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased the Liberal Democrats welcome the announcements today. The announcement today is specifically about investment in city regions. The House will know that the Chancellor at the autumn budget in 2024 said that this Labour government is choosing investment over decline, which is why we are increasing investment into every part of the country. Announcements outside of city regions will come next week at the spending review, and to some of her broader questions on policy the week after at the infrastructure strategy. So with her permission, she'll have to bear with me, but there is good news coming because Labour is delivering.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I very much welcome the commitment to city regions. Our city regions have underperformed compared with the national average in terms of growth compared with continental cities. Could I just address the issue of South Yorkshire? I welcome the £1.5 billion to restore and renew our tram network and to improve our bus services. But I understand from the Mayor there are still discussions going on about a tram train project to link Stocksbridge in the north and Bayton and Woodhouse in my constituency in the south. That project will unlock sites for housing and employment growth. Will my right honourable friend agree now to give further consideration to discussions with the Mayor to get that extra funding for those growth projects unlocked?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As he's alluded to, the Mayor for South Yorkshire has been given £1.5 billion. This is in line with our commitment to devolution and to city region mayors. So the fund is for the Mayor to decide how to spend. She has, as he alluded to, announced how some of this money will be allocated today in terms of the tram network, but it will be for the Mayor and the Combined Authority to decide how to use the balance of this funding for other projects in the region. But as always, I'm very happy to meet with him and with the Mayor to consider what options are available.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recognise the importance of assisting the city regions to boost the economy, but my Brigg-in-Immingham constituency basically covers the south bank of the Humber, which is a cluster of energy businesses in particular, of particular importance to the renewables sector. Could the Chief Secretary outline what resources are going to be made available for that area, in particular to support improved rail and connections, and also the A180, which gives access to the major port of Immingham?
The government recognises the strategic importance of his region to the UK economy. This will be reflected in the industrial strategy when it's published in the coming weeks, alongside our other plans. Importantly, to answer his specific question, announcements for funding outside of the city Transport for City Regions Fund being announced today will be made at the spending review next Wednesday.
Sharon Hodgson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 20 years ago, when first standing for election, I was told to limit my ambitions with regard to campaigning to bring the Metro to Washington, but I persisted. And thanks to this Labour government and the new North East Mayor, my ambition is going to be realised. Does the Chief Secretary agree? Isn't that the difference that Labour in government can make? And promise made, promise delivered.
Can I thank my honourable friend and congratulate her for her decades of campaigning for this project. Could I also welcome her suggestion that this is a Labour government delivering the change it's promised the country, but can I add to that and say it's also the difference brilliant Labour MPs can make in their constituencies, campaigning for change for their constituents. Many congratulations to her, and I hope that she'll be able to cut the ribbon when the lines are up and running.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister talks about regional growth, but in North East Scotland, we only see cost and decline under this Labour government. Take the oil and gas sector. Labour policies costing almost 35,000 jobs by the end of this decade and £150 billion by 2050 in economic income. This UK-EU deal costing fishermen in Scotland £6 billion. The family farm tax, 2/3 of Scottish farmers will be impacted. 48% of farms halting their investment, which again hits our rural businesses who would be supplying them. Can the Minister name a single policy that this Labour government have introduced that actually benefits regional growth in North East Scotland?
I can reconfirm to the House, Mr Speaker, that this Labour government has delivered the largest real terms increase of funding for Scotland since devolution began. And might I just politely point her to the fact that the announcement today is about England, not Scotland, and further announcements on our commitment to delivering a new direction in Scotland will be coming next week in the spending review.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. I very much welcome the Labour government's delivery of £1 billion of investment for the Tees Valley, and in particular the £60 million for the third platform at Middlesbrough Station in my constituency. The money to increase the station's capacity, which I hope will mean increasing the number of direct trains to London, will complement the recent modernisation works completed when I began campaigning for that in 2018 with the then Middlesbrough Mayor, Dave Budd. There are many priorities I think the money could be invested in, including the repair of the iconic Transporter Bridge, taking buses back into control, a la Andy Burnham, and electrification of our rail line. So can he set out the importance of combined authority mayors consulting with local authorities and local communities and making best use and best value of this award?
I thank my honourable friend, congratulate him for securing this investment in his constituency. The key difference, of course, being that when he started campaigning for it, it was under a Conservative government, and now under a Labour government, we are delivering. To his question on working with combined authority mayors, he is right to point out that the most effective mayors of combined authorities in England are those that work in partnership with their local members of parliament to make sure that every part of their combined authority is heard and involved in that decision making. And I would encourage the Mayor of Teesside to do to do that.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in Cumbria, North Yorkshire and Durham are deeply concerned to see no mention at all in the Chancellor's announcement of the A66 dualling project, which is vital to boosting the economy of the North and, even more importantly, to saving lives. Not a penny for the northern two-thirds of the northwest of England. So will he allay Cumbria's fears and commit now to the A66 upgrade?
If I might say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the member's slightly confused. The statement today is about devolved transport funding to mayors for intra-city transport. He's asking me questions on the broader spending in the Department for Transport, which will be announced in the spending review next Wednesday.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on an announcement that is going to make a huge difference to delivering the industrial strategy for this country, something the Select Committee will report on later this week. I want to particularly commend him, though, for the £2.4 billion for East Birmingham Tram. This is something I've campaigned on for 15 years now. It is crucial in connecting the impoverished part of East Birmingham to the extraordinary new growth opportunities created by High Speed 2. Could he just confirm today that this is only the first piece of the tram and that in the future we will finish the job?
Can I thank my right honourable friend and congratulate him as well for securing this investment into Birmingham. I recently visited part of this development and saw the enormous potential that will come for his constituents in connecting Birmingham city centre with the new sports quarter. And I'm delighted to see how much private investment this investment is unlocking for his constituency and for the city. These funding allocations have been devolved to mayors. The announcements today are the announcements that mayors wish to make about some of the early allocations of this funding. And it will be for mayors to decide how they wish to allocate the rest of their funding. I would encourage him to work with the Mayor of the West of England, and I will help in any way that I can to be able to extend this and get the full benefit for his constituents.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I know the Minister is drawing his parameters rather tightly today, but can he give us at least a hint of what impact the Treasury's consideration anticipates for the defence investments in the regions resulting from the recent Strategic Defence Review, given the closeness with which his department was involved in the formulation of that review?
I thank the right honourable member for his question, recognising the significant increased investment in defence and security that this Labour government is making. He's asked for a hint. The only hint I can give him is that the answer will come next Wednesday at the spending review.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for listening to Steve Rotherham, the Liverpool City Region Metro Mayor, and Liverpool City Region MPs who jointly asked him for pretty much what he's announced for the region in today's statement. And can I thank him also, congratulate him on recognising the value that transport investment has for communities and for growth. In 2027, the new fleet of electric buses will arrive in my constituency as part of the expansion into the borough of Sefton. Can he confirm that today's announcement covers the improvement in grid connections and infrastructure for charging that will be necessary to take advantage of the very welcome transition to electric buses?
Can I thank my honourable friend and congratulate him and colleagues from the Liverpool City region for securing £1.6 billion of transport investment today. As he will remember, he and I were on a visit together looking at some of the potential for this money to be spent not long ago, including a roundtable with local employers and workers at the Everton Stadium. And it was great to be able to see out of the window of the Mayor of the Liverpool City region's office to see the potential that this investment will unlock in terms of housing, jobs and great opportunities for people in that area. He asks me about how the rest of this money will be spent on what sounds like very sensible infrastructure upgrades, but as he will know, that is a decision for the Mayor of the Liverpool City region.
The Chief Secretary's announcement on regional growth omitted very largely the South West region beyond Bristol. Will he therefore ensure that next Wednesday there is at least a nod to the region in which both he and I have our constituencies? And will he ensure that the signal sent by this government practically on day one to the South West in Canning improvements to A303 is corrected? Will he ensure that there is a nod at least to the much needed Westbury bypass? And can we please have just a little bit of investment in the poor country cousin of the rail network in this country, which is the West of England line?
I thank the honourable member for his question. Of course, the announcement today is funding for combined authority mayors, which is why the West of England Combined Authority Mayor has received £2/3 of £1 billion of transport investment today for areas that are part of that boundary. We are, though, still committed to investing in each part and every part of Britain. The details of that will come out in the spending review next Wednesday. But I might also just remind him that the government has said to other parts of the country that if they can get together and agree a combined authority mayoralty, that we will continue to support them in the same way that we're supporting the existing mayors that we have in the UK. And it will be for local leaders in the region that he and I come from to decide how best to collaborate on these issues going forward.
John Trickett.
Ma'am. Well, it's more than 30 years since I was the leader of the Leeds and did the first proposal for a rapid transit system in that area in West Yorkshire. So I welcome today's announcement, though it's going to be a couple of years before the building starts. But during the 14 years of the Tory government, the average amount of money per head spent in London was 3 times larger than the amount of money spent per head on transport in Yorkshire. Of course we want a successful capital city, but it's left the coalfield communities, which I now represent, really in difficulty with low investment, low productivity. Our salaries are only £12,500 per head, less than is received for the average in the north of London. Can the Minister please assure the House that we'll be looking again at funding the redevelopment, regeneration of coalfield communities in the near future?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question and campaigning over many years. As the Chancellor set out today in her speech in relation to this funding for city regions, but also in our review of the Green Book, we are purposefully tilting funding towards the North and the Midlands after many, many years of losing out in those areas, with a tendency for money to come more into London and the South East. London and the South East is still important, but we recognise the historic injustice around the distribution of investment across the country, whether it's low ratios in the East Midlands, low funding in the South West, or indeed decades of being looked over in the North. That's why this announcement today is really important. And just to reassure him, I understand from the Mayor that work will begin on the projects announced today in 2028, with an ambition for first services to be available from the mid-2030s.
Tom Morrison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the news about Metrolink coming to Stockport. This is an absolute tribute to all those residents, businesses and organisations that fought tirelessly to get this result. And can I also thank Councillor Mark Hunter, the former leader of Stockport Council and the former MP for Cheadle, who made it his life's work to get this result today. The Minister will know that we're expecting a train station in Cheadle very soon, which is adapted for the Metro, which will be adapted for the Metrolink. Can the Minister confirm that when Metrolink comes to Stockport, that it will come through Cheadle as well?
I thank the honourable member for his question. One of the many benefits of the funding announced today for city regions is the positive effect it will have for communities along these transport lines and for people that travel in and out of the city regions. This may be funding for transport in particular places, but I hope the benefit will be felt widely as he suggests. It will be for the Mayor to decide the programming of the delivery of these projects, but I think he makes a strong case for Cheadle, and I'm sure he'll be able to raise that with the Mayor in due course.
Jo White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister's statement that there's a shift from focusing funding on the easy-to-deliver areas in the London and the South, and a shift to the Midlands and the North, where the constituencies like mine are the left-behind areas. And I very much welcome that local mayors will be taking that decision. Now, £2 billion has been given to my mayor to invest in the East Midlands, and that's absolutely welcome. I welcome the Trent Arc proposal, but I also welcome the fact, the freedom that she's got to spend money in our area, such as in Badenoch, and I'm already in discussions with her about how that money can be best spent. My ask of the Minister is that that money can be used to help deliver STEP in Badenoch, which will change lives, create jobs, and put us on the energy-efficient agenda that we need for the future.
Chief Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question and her vociferous campaigning to ensure that we are delivering on our promises to deliver investment to left-behind areas across the country after years of failed promises of levelling up from the Conservative Party opposite. It's right that we're finding that money and investing it in her community. One important point to make, though, is, of course, this is not the total amount of funding that the government is putting into her community. This is just transport funding devolved to the mayoral combined authority. There'll be further announcements in the coming weeks in relation to energy infrastructure, industrial policy, skills, housing and public services, where we will be able to show very, very clearly the difference that a Labour government is making, working in partnership with brilliant Labour MPs like herself, to deliver change that people voted for.
Sammy Wilson.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister is right in stating that modern growth relies on dynamic, interconnected regions, and that stronger transport links are vital for businesses to expand their markets for goods and services. But while he has announced £15.6 billion into improving transport links in other parts of the United Kingdom, His government today is spending £140 million on creating a border post in my constituency, which disrupts the transport links between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, costing businesses, slowing transport and indeed dissuading some businesses to even supply to Northern Ireland. What is he going to do to improve the transport links between Northern Ireland and Great Britain for logistics, which currently, because of the disruption, is slowing growth and causing businesses to fail?
The honourable member raises some important points which my colleagues from the Department for Transport will no doubt have heard, and I'm sure he's talking to them about the delivery of that particular project. I would just say that this government has put record investment into Northern Ireland. And we have reset the relationship, because under the last government there wasn't even any conversation about Northern Ireland, whereas now I'm in frequent communications with the Northern Ireland Executive, who, might I say, of all of my colleagues that I've had to negotiate in the spending review, are the toughest people that I've had to speak with. And this Labour government will be delivering a good deal for Northern Ireland, as it will be for every nation and region of the country.
Anna Dixon.
Speaker, and I'd really like to thank the Chief Secretary and the Chancellor for delivering historic investment which will make a reality of West Yorkshire Tracy Brabin's plans for an integrated transport network, which is now going to be called the Weaver Network, I understand, to compete with the B Network on the other side of the Pennines. And I've been actively campaigning for that along with other West Yorkshire MPs. Can he confirm that it includes funding for a new bus station in Bradford? And also agree with me that these investments the government is making in the transport infrastructure in the north will improve connectivity for communities like those in the Shipley area and beyond, bringing social, environmental as well as economic benefit.
Can I congratulate my honourable friend for working so positively with the Mayor for West Yorkshire to secure this historic amount of investment into her community. She asked me specifically if there'll be new bus stations as part of the announcement, and I understand from Tracy Brabin, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, that there will be new bus stations at Bradford and Wakefield, as well as building out the West Yorkshire mass transit system. And I understand from these numbers there's still some more to spend, and I'm sure she'll be in touch with the Mayor in due course on that very matter.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm disappointed that there are no SNP members here, because I actually have to take issue with who's here from the Scottish National Party? Nobody. I have to take issue with the Chief Secretary, because economic growth in any part of the United Kingdom doesn't just affect England, it affects all of the United Kingdom. And I'm sure if they were here, their constituents, like mine in Edinburgh West, would want to know what consequential implications does he anticipate for Scotland. Specifically, will there be Barnett consequentials for this investment today?
The honourable member is encouraging me to get ahead of this statement and answer questions about the spending review next week. All I can say for now is that this Labour government is investing in every nation and region of the country. We are delivering on the promise of change in Scotland, where we know we need a new direction. She rightly alludes to the fact of the absence of the SNP in the House today, and might I say the absence of SNP leadership in Holyrood. I think the election next year, we've got an example to show how two Labour governments can deliver real change for people in Scotland, which will be underpinned by the significant investment we'll be announcing next week in the spending review.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement today from the Minister, his comments on the Green Book and, of course, the nearly £1.8 billion investment for the North East. We know that growth and opportunity should never just be for some areas, but it needs to be felt in every single part of the country, and this is a clear demonstration from this government that we understand that. Can I please ask the Minister whether this approach will also shape future infrastructure decisions, such as the road investment strategy, where projects such as the Moor Farm roundabout upgrade would have the potential to unleash growth in my Cramlington and Killingworth constituency?
Can I thank my honourable friend for championing jobs and livelihoods in her constituency and the region, and for welcoming the historic £1.8 billion of investment announced today for transport infrastructure. As she rightly alludes to, the announcement today is about transport infrastructure, but the government is doing much more to improve lives, wages and communities in every part of the country. And we'll be setting out further information in the coming weeks in relation to other types of infrastructure, but also how through the industrial strategy we're supporting skills and jobs and training opportunities for people so they can get better jobs and better pay. Noting, of course, that the transport funding announced today will serve one of the largest advanced manufacturing zones in the United Kingdom, which will be great news for her constituents, but also great news for the country.
Anne Davies.
Fawr, Madam Dirprwy Llafarydd. Following on from the HS2, there is a new chapter in the Great Welsh Train Robbery. And you know where this is going, I'm sure. The East-West Railway project between Oxford and Cambridgeshire has been classified as an English and Wales project. I've lived in Wales all my life, and I've got to tell you, it's nowhere near the Welsh border. The last time I looked, neither of them were anywhere near Wales. Honestly, can the Minister or the Chief Secretary explain why the Treasury has made this farcical decision again to deny Wales millions of pounds in funding which we desperately need to transform our dilapidated, crumbling rail network?
I think the honourable member and I can agree on one important thing, which was the failed promises of the last Conservative government, who made decisions that undercut investment in Wales and deprioritised Wales. She will know that we have a brilliant group of Labour MPs now representing Wales who have been making their case strongly for this government to invest in Wales, and we'll be setting out further details of that investment at the spending review next week.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Transport Committee Chair, this announcement is hugely welcome. These rail and mass transit schemes are going to link communities, generate growth and cut pollution and carbon emissions. But in the context of finishing the job that was mentioned earlier, can we hope that before too long there will be an announcement or a similar announcement about linking northern cities with the South East through the HS2 project that is currently stalled?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her excellent work as chair of the Transport Select Committee, which has shown on a cross-party basis why the announcements we make today are good for the economy, good for jobs and good for constituencies across the United Kingdom. She's encouraging me to answer questions in relation to statements that we made next week. All I can say at this stage, I'm afraid, is there's not long to go.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary says that the West of England funding will increase services between Bristol City Centre and Brabazon. I've been pressing ministers to extend the funding for half-hourly trains at Yate, which are currently due to end next year, and the service is also vital to provide a service to the new Charfield station, which is due to open in 2027. Both places are, of course, in the city region. So will this funding support those services or even improve them? Or is this more about the city than the region?
Can I thank the honourable member for her question and I think welcoming the nearly £1 billion of investment in transport for the West of England, which we know is a thriving part of the country, that with the right investment in affordable housing, clean, renewable transport that works on time and is affordable for people to use, will be great for people living in her and my constituency, quite frankly, but also great for the country. One particular point just to note is that the funding announced today is capital investment, not day-to-day spending. There'll be further announcements in due course about issues that she's asked about in terms of bus subsidy or rail subsidy, which will be announced by the Department for Transport in the coming weeks. But we are absolutely committed to supporting funding within regional combined authorities. This is not about particular places. This is why we've given this money to mayors who will work with members of Parliament like myself and herself to make sure we're delivering for the West of England and delivering for the country.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I note that York didn't feature in the Chief Secretary's statement today. However, I also recognise the outstanding connectivity of York. However, today is about creating jobs, and adjacent to York Station, the York Central development will create 12,500 jobs, a gateway of the economy of the North. Will he ensure that there is proper investment in York Central to ensure that we unlock those jobs and give people in my city and the region the opportunities that they deserve?
I thank my honourable friend for welcoming this historic level of funding today in transport infrastructure. As she will know, this is a devolved pot of money to regional mayors to decide how to spend. And so I can't answer the question for her, but would encourage her to talk to the mayor about the opportunities in her constituency.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement today, giving money out to mayors to fix transport. There's nothing to disagree with there. Kent, which is, as he knows, the UK's strategic corridor to Europe, asked for a mayor recently and was rebuffed. So without a mayor, when will Kent get its money?
The government will be investing in every nation and region across the country. Further details will be published at the spending review next week. The announcements today are a particular investment in city regions with mayors, because we think that is an important driver for growth within those areas, but for also the wider regions in which they sit. I recognise the importance of his region to the country, and further announcements will be coming in due course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's announcement today. It's quite wonderful to hear MPs buzzing with the investment that's going to be in their constituencies, especially after 14 years of the Tory neglect and the short-term insufficient funding that they used to give constituencies. Can the Minister reassure the House that when the spending review comes next week, that London will be recognised to the economic empowerment that it gives to the country, and that there'll be a different attitude to London spending that will help with infrastructure projects such as the DLR and Thamesmead extension?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question, and rightly recognising the importance of the capital city to our country, which has been at the centre of our engine of growth for many, many years. Also to allude to the fact that we've got a brilliant Labour mayor in Sadiq Khan in London, who strongly makes the case for investment in the capital. We will be making further announcements next week, which will bolster and strengthen London and Sadiq's leadership in London to deliver for the whole country.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary will know the benefits of the Compton-Wellington Station project would bring tens of thousands of people to the city metro region, Cardiff, Bristol, Exeter corridor, and thanks to a cost-benefit ratio of almost 4-to-1. Will he acknowledge the strength of the case for that project, as set out in the letter he received from his honourable friends for Weston-super-Mare, for North Somerset, for Exeter, from myself, and from the honourable member for Honiton and Sidmouth?
Can I thank the honourable member for his campaigning and welcoming the news of historic levels of investment into the west of England for transport today. The best use of this money is to make sure not just that we're delivering infrastructure within our combined authorities, but that it unlocks opportunities for broader spending decisions on intercity transport, heavy rail, road investments, new house building, industrial policy spending. The review of the Green Book has been looking at this. Further details will be published next week, but I'm very confident that we're going to be able to unlock opportunities for areas outside of the combined authorities, but making a stronger case for doing so because of the investment that we're making today.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this government's £2.5 billion investment into the West Midlands, which will allow our Mayor Richard Parker to make strategic decisions such as the extension of the tram, which is going to allow my constituents in West Brom to get to East Birmingham, which is fantastic. And does he agree with me that this is going to drive growth not just in Birmingham, but also in the Black Country and the entire West Midlands?
Can I thank my honourable friend for welcoming this historic level of funding from a Labour government to our brilliant Labour mayor in the West Midlands, and noting, of course, that this investment is not just into particular tracks of railway or bus facilities in certain places, but is an opportunity for people that live and work in and around the region, creating great opportunities for people and delivering on the mayor's priority that everyone should benefit from the economic growth that will come as a consequence of this investment. Previously lobbying a Conservative government that failed to deliver, and now a Labour mayor working with a Labour government to deliver these projects.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome today the news that the tram is finally coming to Stockport. I've also warmly welcomed this announcement every time it's been made previously, so I'm delighted that the Chief Secretary is going to deliver it. My honourable friend, the member for Cheadle, rightly acknowledges the sterling campaigning that's been done by businesses, residents and indeed elected politicians over many, many years. And that's how we get things done in Greater Manchester on a cross-party basis. Can the Chief Secretary assure my local authority colleagues from Stockport Council that the money's ready to go, because they are keen as mustard to crack on and deliver this project so that we can get on with the next phase, which is tram train to Markle, so my Hazel Grove residents will really benefit.
Can I thank the honourable member for her question. The funding announced today is in the spending review timeframe, so this will be available from 2026-27 onwards, whilst they continue to spend the money that we allocated at the budget last year for this fiscal year. The difference, as I'm sure she's now experiencing, is that when false promises have been made in the past and never delivered, we are all exasperated by the fact that announcements are made by politicians and spades never get into the ground. Not only have we found the money and allocated it now because of the decisions that the Chancellor has taken, she will see spades into the ground and improve transport in her community for real, as opposed to the false promises of the parties opposite.
Florence Eshelome.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's announcement to make sure we see that investment right across the country. I just wanted to build on my colleague, the the member for Brent East's question in terms of the support for London. I'm sure the Chief Secretary will recognise that transport infrastructure in London is vital to help our young people starting on a career, vulnerable communities moving around, and in London we have 3 big transport infrastructure projects: Bakerloo Line Extension, the DLR to Thameslink, and the West London Orbital, backed by London boroughs, the mayors, businesses and TfL. They need additional funding. So the Chief Secretary highlights what he said in terms of regional plan will be hardwired into the spending review going forward, and that will include London.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question and her excellent work on the Select Committee looking at these and related issues. She's right, of course, to point to the success of London and the potential for future success through investment in London. As the Chancellor said today, we are tilting investment to parts of the country that have missed out for many, many years. But we know by working with mayors like Sadiq Khan in London, working with private capital and other investors, we can also deliver for places as important as London as the capital city for our country. We know there's plenty of opportunity to be doing that, and we'll be able to set out further details on that in due course.
Sian Berry.
Deputy Speaker, in the city of Brighton and Hove, my constituents tell me they need more and cleaner buses, more reliable trains and stations without barriers to people with children, older people and disabled people. So, can the Chief Secretary assure me that the wider review of Treasury rules will mean great value projects like this get prioritised in the South East, and that our transport investment doesn't just consist of major unnecessary road building and expanded international airports that won't help people's daily lives?
I think the honourable member makes an important point about people's lived experience of these types of policy announcements. What we're trying to achieve is to make it easier for people to use affordable, reliable public transport that's better for the environment, easier for them to use to get about for their day-to-day lives. We see that a lot in places like London in the past. Other places around the country have looked on in envy. The announcement today will mean that that's available to many, many people across the country. Announcements on funding for areas that do not have combined authority mayors will also be coming, but that will be announced next week at the spending review.
Perrin Moon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thoroughly welcome the Treasury's Green Book review because the current funding formulae do not reflect the true cost of delivering services in remote coastal areas like Cornwall. They do not account for the scattered nature of deprivation, or the costs associated with seasonal surge in demand, or costs associated with the influx of retirees, or higher per capita costs of transport, waste collection, coastal protection and emergency response during the holiday season. They simply do not reflect the lived experience of people in Camberwell, Maynooth and Hale and across Cornwall, despite our massive economic potential. Can the Chief Secretary assure constituents in remote coastal communities like Cornwall that there will be specific changes to reflect our specific remote coastal challenges?
Can I thank my honourable friend and his wider group of Labour members from Cornwall who have campaigned vociferously on the Green Book, which may seem technical, but for people at home is really important because it alludes to all of the issues that he points out, not least because in the past government has made decisions about particular projects as opposed to particular places. And that means that we can't unlock the potential for growth and better livelihoods because of a failure of applying this Green Book and its rules. The Chancellor announced today that the Green Book update will be published next week at the spending review, but I can give him the guarantee today that the detail of that, when it is published, will show that this government will look much more widely at how spending across government lifts the potential of places to deliver better jobs, better wages for people and more secure communities.
Caroline Burden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary rightly says that stronger transport links are crucial for creating opportunities for jobs and economic growth, and it's great to see so many happy Labour MPs in the Chamber. I heard what the Minister said to my honourable friend about being patient, but it does feel like the government, by trailing the spending review with this announcement, is prioritising spending on urban areas, and in particular those with many fine Labour MPs. So can he assure me and my constituents in South Devon that the Treasury will remember next week that the West Country does not end at Bristol, and many would say it actually starts there?
I thank the honourable member for her question. As I've alluded to many times today, this government is committed to investing in every region and nation of the country. Today's announcement is about city regions and city region transport, but the spending review next week will show how this government is delivering for people irrespective of where they live.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Historically, transport in the Midlands has been underfunded, and today's announcement is a welcome turn of the tide. Many Birmingham City fans in my constituency will also strongly welcome the Metro extension, and this feels like a good opportunity to also congratulate the Blues on their record-setting, promotion-winning season. This is yet more good news. We are also campaigning for upgrades to the Cross-City line to make the most of this new investment, in particular the Kings Norton station works. Will the Minister confirm that both he and Transport colleagues remain open to constructive representations so that we can finally make this important project happen?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his campaigning for his constituency and welcoming this historic level of funding of £2.4 billion today for the West Midlands. He asked me about future projects. The good news is that the Mayor of the West Midlands hasn't spent all of this money yet, so there is definitely potential for lobbying him on how he might wish to spend the rest of that money in due course, and anything I can do to help, I'll be glad to do so.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The statement says stronger transport links are crucial. To that extent, the Department of Transport has already paid through the Union Connectivity Fund for a feasibility study on the reopening of the Lisburn-Antrim rail line, which would actually connect the Belfast International Airport in my constituency. Unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, they've already told me they can't allocate funding until the next spending review is announced, so they've beaten the Chief Secretary to that answer. So in case of that, could I actually ask them, of the 15.6 billion that has been allocated today, that's roughly about 450 million Barnett consequential. Would he agree with me that actually investment in that Lisburn-Antrim Belfast International line would be a good investment in Northern Ireland Railways?
The honourable member rightly alludes to the fact that because the Labour government is increasing investment here in Westminster for the whole country, the nations of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland benefit, both through Barnett and direct spending from this government to make sure we're investing in every nation and region of the country. We've already seen significant amounts of funding, I think the highest level of funding since devolution began into Northern Ireland as well as Scotland and Wales. Further details will be published next week at the spending review.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've been raging in the East Midlands for over a decade against the inequality that has left our region at the very bottom when it comes to spending on transport per person. And it has taken a Labour government to start to put that right and begin to unlock the economic potential and raise living standards. Would he agree that this represents a considerable achievement for our Mayor, Claire Ward, and shows that after years in the pit stop, the regions are finally being given the green light to grow?
Can I thank my honourable friend for welcoming the £2 billion of investment announced today for the East Midlands. I've been on a number of visits to her region, including with our brilliant Labour Mayor, Claire Ward, who has made a very strong case for the investment being announced today. It shows the difference a Labour mayor can make. But can I also pay tribute to her and her colleagues from her regional group who campaign as vociferously here as Claire Ward does from her mayoral office in the East Midlands.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers to all the questions, and the regional growth is imperative for the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and I'm pleased that the Minister is expanding the horizons for areas considered for further funding. I'm also very pleased to announce in the Chamber today that a previous scheme initiated by the shadow government and delivered within the time of this government for the Ards North Down Local Council, the Queen's Parade development. It was one of the regional other schemes that were delivered, and £9.8 million was set aside by Westminster for that project. So it was signed, it was sealed, and that project is going ahead. Well, probably estimates that some £70 million of regeneration will come off the back of that. So whenever the government spends money here, be assured that the benefits and the rollout are significant. So can I ask the Minister, because he's also hinted at some other possibilities of other monies coming through, what commitment can the Minister give to ensuring that coastal communities across all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland can adapt and apply to schemes similar to improve beauty, tourist attraction of all our coastal towns and centres? Thank you so much.
Can I thank the Honourable Member for continuing his work campaigning for Strangford and Northern Ireland in general. As he knows, details of funding will be announced from the Northern Ireland Executive next week at the spending review, building on the back of significant increased investment. And he's right, investment in transport projects opens up opportunities for new housing, new jobs and new livelihoods. And I recognise that the Northern Irish economy is one of the best performing parts of the United Kingdom, and we want to continue to support that in the future.
James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to hear my honourable friend refer to Bury North in his statement, and I welcome the investment in Bury North for trams and buses, hot on the heels of vital school and hospital funding only announced this week. New buses, new tram stops are about connecting people and places to opportunity, and that opportunity can help rid us of poverty. Today's announcement is concerned with improving journeys to work and getting on in life, but does he agree that it is only by growing the economy that we will tackle child poverty, which is now at a shameful 42% in Bury North, and improve our children's journey through life?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his campaigning for Bury and for welcoming the investment today. He points to two things which I think is really important. One, why is this actually happening now? Because of the decisions of a Labour government, unlike the failed promises of the Conservative Party in the past. And his second question is about child poverty. This government, as he knows, is committed to tackling child poverty, and the Child Poverty Task Force will report in due course. But he will know that for families who are experiencing child poverty, the best lever to alleviate them from that situation is work, and to help parents who are able to and want to be in work. And so investment in affordable, reliable public transport, alongside our important investment in childcare, support at school in the early years, will mean that we're not just giving people false promises as they had in the past, but we're giving them a path to a future where they know that they can be part of the success that we're setting up the country to deliver.
Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's been good to hear so much talked about left behind communities today, but I've always hated that phrase because my community wasn't left behind under the last government. It was willfully abandoned under the last government. So the £1.8 billion to the North East Combined Authority region is hugely welcome. And I welcome the campaigning by my honourable friend for the extension to Washington and the world-class Angel network that is going to be built by our MP Kim McGuinness. But does he agree with me that it makes no sense to have a fantastic new train line and fantastic new trains running on it if it has to run under a crumbling flyover in the middle of Gateshead and through an interchange that requires work? And will he work with me and the Mayor of the North East to deliver these additional critical infrastructure projects for the North East?
My honourable friend is showing what brilliant Labour MPs can achieve through continuous campaigning and lobbying. He has made the case for his constituency very strongly, which of course will benefit from these record levels of investment today, but I know he wishes for more, and further details will be coming next week in the spending review.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this government's funded commitment to making every community across this country better off after the failed promises of the previous government? Now, as an MP for an Outer London constituency with the oldest trams in the country and pockets of deprivation, what reassurance can he give me and my constituents in Croydon East that next week's spending review will recognise the contribution London makes to our national economy and that it will provide investment in communities like mine who were failed by the previous government?
Can I thank my honourable friend for making an important case for the transport infrastructure that her constituents rely on. And she makes the case in a way that's very similar, not just for her constituency in London and Greater London, but also for other parts of the country, which is that if you're creating opportunities for people, they need to be able to get to them and they need to be made available to them. That's what what the government is doing by investing in every nation and region across the United Kingdom, including in London. And I look forward to further announcements in the spending review that will help enable the promise of change that she and this government made to her constituents.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I genuinely welcome the significant investment that the Chief Secretary has been able to announce into the city regions around our country. However, in places like Stoke-on-Trent, which don't have a combined authority and realistically aren't going to have one for many years to come, the aspiration that my constituents have for significant growth investment is no different to other parts of the West Midlands. They would like to see the reinstatement of number 40 bus from Mount Pleasant to Hanley. They would like to see the lifts installed at Longton train station to make it accessible. And while I have absolute faith that the Chief Secretary is aware of these nuances between mayoral and non-mayoral areas, could he give a commitment today that the level of investment in the non-mayoral areas will match the investment in the mayoral areas when those announcements are made next week in the comprehensive spending review? And could he give a little indication of what mechanisms will be used to deliver that money into those communities? Because with a fragmented local government base, it's quite easy for this money to stick around in pots and not be spent because people can't agree.
Can I thank my honourable friend for making the case for his constituency? As he's alluded to, the announcements today are for areas with combined authority mayors. The government has made an offer to other parts of the country if they can get together and agree to have their own combined authority mayor to be able to benefit from these types of announcements in the future. But for those areas that do not have a mayor, this Labour government is as committed to the people in those communities as we are to any other community across the country. We've already significantly increased funding through the autumn budget 2024, including in, for example, road maintenance and potholes, maintaining a bus fare cap, supporting the extension of bus services, as he's alluded to. We'll continue to support those communities, and further details will be announced next week in the spending review.
Andy McNair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I usually welcome these investments that will free up the great potential of the North, or at least be part of it. And the Green Book review will, of course, create the conditions whereby which we can unleash the rest of the potential in left behind areas, left behind small towns like those in Rossendale and Darwin. But, of course, as my colleague said, we are concerned in non-mayoral authorities that we want to see that similar level of investment. So what reassurance can you give to people of Lancashire that we are going to see the similar sort of benefits of growth that the city regions are enjoying now?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his continuous campaigning for his constituency? And I think I'm right in saying that every time I've seen him in the House, he's mentioned the Green Book review to me and has been one of our most forthright campaigners to make sure that we are building the rules and frameworks to deliver investment to every part of the country. As the Chancellor announced today, we'll be updating the Green Book and publishing the outcomes of this consultation next Wednesday. He'll have to wait, I'm afraid, a few days for the detail, but I think he will be pleased with where we have gotten to.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the huge investment into the North East delivered under this government. For a long time, rural Northumberland was ignored and held in contempt by the party opposite. So can I encourage the Chief Secretary to reflect on the growth opportunities in the rural North East, to communicate that to devolved leaders, and to recognise the development and growth opportunities that rural communities offer to our economy?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the campaigning that he undertakes for his constituents and for rural communities. He touches on an important point, which is the funding that we've made available to combined authority mayors today is for the combined authority, but also for the wider region. And so whilst it's for mayors to decide how to spend the money we've given them, we do encourage them to make sure that people, irrespective of whether they live in a city, a town or a rural community, can benefit from the opportunities of the investment today. And I know he'll work with his mayor to ensure that's delivered.
Chris MacDonald.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for listening so carefully to the representations of our Tees Valley Labour MPs and delivering so fulsomely on the biggest transport settlement for our region. There's enough money here to deliver a safe crossing over the A689 in Wynyard, buses in Port Clarence, more trains in Billingham and the restoration of our much-loved transporter bridge. But can I ask him, will he assure me that there will be sufficient governance in place to ensure that every penny is spent on the priorities of local people and not funnelled into the purses of property developers, which was a concern in Teesside under the previous Conservative government?
Can I thank my honourable friend, Madam Deputy Speaker, for his question and rightly raising the point that the best combined authority mayors are those that work with members of parliament within their combined authority and their respective communities to ensure that money is being spent in the best way to meet the needs of those local communities. As he knows, there are measures in place in Whitehall to supervise spending from combined authority mayors and to audit where appropriate, with further measures coming in due course. But he is right to welcome this historic level of funding into his constituency and his region, and we look forward to it being spent well on his constituents' priorities.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the chair of the East Midlands APPG, may I put on record my thanks to the Chancellor and to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury for their recent engagement about the potential of our region, which has resulted in the significant £2 billion investment announcement today. The East Midlands has been massively underfunded and underinvested in as a region, as the data consistently shows. And so can I welcome the Treasury's commitment to changing how the government approaches and evaluates the case for investing in regions, and ask the Minister whether there will be further positive announcements for the wider East Midlands region at the Comprehensive Spending Review and Industrial Strategy announcements later this month.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his leadership of the all-party group for the East Midlands and alongside his colleagues and the Mayor for making such a powerful case for investment in his region. As he alludes to, there will be further announcements at the spending review next week in the infrastructure strategy and the industrial strategy, which will show how this Labour government is investing in regions such as his to make sure that we can improve the life chances of people irrespective of where they choose to live or work.
Conor Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the announcements today which reflect a government finally willing to match rhetoric with actions when it comes to investment in the North and the Midlands? The Network North so-called plan, announced under the Tories, was pitched as an attempt to compensate northern communities for the loss of HS2, and I have to say that my constituents were somewhat surprised that there was not a single mention of Cheshire in that so-called plan. So what assurance can my right honourable friend give me that, as well as city regions, towns outside the current mayoral areas will see the benefits of crucial infrastructure investments?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question, and rightly to be pointing to the frustration of his constituents at the failed promises of the previous Conservative government. The difference that this Labour government is making, working with him as a brilliant Labour MP in his constituency, is being able to change the fiscal rules, to be able to tax the wealthiest, as the Chancellor did at the budget last year, and to be able to invest that money into transport across the country, which will be of benefit to those in those combined authorities, but also in the broader travel to work region. Further announcements for towns and villages will be made next week at the spending review.
Paul Wall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Mellor Bus's factory in Rochdale was the perfect place for the Chancellor to unveil this £15 billion investment in transport infrastructure today, and also to give a first taste of the change to the Green Book and the Treasury rules that have for too long held back places in the North and the Midlands for getting their fair share of transport money. Does he agree with me that investment in public transport is also investment in local manufacturers like Mellor, and also that this shows what a difference a Labour MP working with a Labour Mayor and a Labour government can deliver the change that people voted for last year?
Can I thank my honourable friend, who's a brilliant campaigner for his constituents in Rochdale, and for welcoming this historic level of funding to his community today. As he's alluded to, the Chancellor was able to make the announcements in Rochdale today, but also to show that the investments that we've announced today is not just investments in track and bus stops and trains, but it's investments in jobs and livelihoods and businesses across the United Kingdom being able to help us deliver this renewal for Britain as a consequence of our investment being announced today.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
It is so refreshing after 14 years of talking about delivering for the North that this Labour government is just delivering for the North. I'm a passionate believer in devolution, but devolution must come with accountability. Can the Chief Secretary of the Treasury inform me about what steps we can take to ensure that the £1 billion we've just agreed for Tees Valley gets to every part of that region, most importantly to Hartlepool?
Can I thank my honourable friend, who's a brilliant champion for his constituents in Hartlepool, and for recognising the historic levels of investment this Labour government is delivering off the back of brilliant campaigning from colleagues such as him and others in the region. The best combined authority mayors are those that work with their members of parliament and all of the communities they represent. I know that he will be making the case to the mayor that is in his region. Checks and balances are in place in government to ensure that that's done in the best way, and we'll continue to work with him to make sure that this investment under a Labour government is delivering on the priorities of people in his constituency.
Antonia Banks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For so long, Tipton, Wednesbury, Coseley, the Black Country, the whole of the West Midlands has been an afterthought. Now our Mayor, Richard Parker, and the West Midlands Combined Authority will have £2.5 billion for transport to unlock desperately needed good jobs and growth across our cities and towns. And I hope that the Mayor will look favourably on our need for a new roundabout at Great Bridge to get the traffic flowing to our factories and to our jobs as we seek the economic growth we are prioritising. Does the Minister share my view that today's statement starts to put right decades of underinvestment in the West Midlands?
Can I thank my honourable friend for welcoming this historic level of funding into transport today, which she rightly alludes to is fixing historic failures that have been promised by other parties over many, many years. She's also right to point to the fact that these transport investments unlock jobs and opportunities for people in the broader region, including in respect of her area for sports and leisure and creative arts opportunities as well. I know that she'll work closely with our brilliant Labour Mayor for the West Midlands to make sure this money is spent on the people's priorities.
Jazz Athwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just to build on the point made by my honourable friend, the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, can the Minister confirm that alongside the investments around today, London too will receive support to develop its infrastructure? Broadmead Bridge still is closed. Central Line is creaking at the seams. And that the spending review next week will also enable our capital to unlock the housing it so desperately needs and remain London to be a world-leading city.
Can I thank my honourable friend? London is and continues to be a crucial engine for growth for the whole country and important to us all as our capital city. I know that he'll continue to work with our brilliant Labour Mayor Sadiq Khan to make sure that investment is tackling the problems that he has raised.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the recognition from the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. The investment in public transport infrastructure and improved services open opportunities to work. And I contrast that with my constituency, which is part of the Glasgow City region, which is experiencing cuts to bus services and cuts to rail services, which are proving much a big barrier to people getting involved, both in working opportunities as well as social activity. So will he join me in making representation to the Scottish Government that at least some of the record settlement that this Government has passed to Holywood is spent on transport infrastructure?
Can I thank my honourable friend for making the case for her constituency? And she's right that we have a shared view that investment in public transport is important for people's livelihoods and how they're able to live and enjoy the communities in which they live in. And unfortunately, the SNP government continues to fail to deliver on its promises, whereas in England today, we're able to show the difference that a Labour government can make. And I hope in the future, a Labour government in Westminster and a Labour government in Scotland will show what a new direction can mean for people across Scotland and in her constituency.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you. As the Shadow Chief Secretary was comparing the records of our governments earlier, I was reminded of that moment when they made all these transport announcements, and it turned out that half of them had been delivered already and the other half were cancelled within 24 hours, and that included the Leamside line in the North East. So I'm absolutely delighted for my honourable friend, the member for Washington and Gateshead South, that after 20 years of campaigning she's secured that, and it's also great for growth generally in the North East. But as a champion for my own community, I'm going to keep banging the drum for the Weardale Railway Line and the West Auckland Bypass, and they will not be funded through this funding settlement. So my question is this going to be the only transport infrastructure spending this side of the next general election, or will there be future rounds that we can bid for?
Can I thank my honourable friend for campaigning so well for his constituent and for welcoming the historic level of funding today. He asked whether there'll be other funding outside of the announcement today for city region mayors for infrastructure and other capital projects. The answer to that is yes, and the details will come in the spending review next week.
Jonathan Davies. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hugely welcome the £2 billion investment in Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, which has been announced today, because the East Midlands has consistently been at the bottom of the tables when it comes to the funding for public transport. I was very pleased to welcome representatives from Arriva, Stagecoach, Trent Martin and TM Travel. Those bus companies came to Parliament yesterday to meet with Derbyshire MPs, and I know Mayor Claire Ward will put this money that's coming into the region to good use with those companies. So can the Chief Secretary tell me how will this investment help unlock opportunities in the region and help us meet our net zero ambitions? And can I also not encourage him not to lose sight of the benefit of Midland mainline electrification, which I know is not a question for today, but it is very important to people in Derbyshire?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his brilliant work lobbying on behalf of his constituents and the East Midlands, and for welcoming this historic level of funding for transport today. He's right to point out the fact that the funding today isn't just about transport infrastructure, it's about the communities in which people live and the livelihoods and opportunities that they have for them and their family. And I know that he'll continue to work hard with our brilliant Mayor Claire Ward in the East Midlands to turn these numbers today into the stories that really matter for people in his constituency and across the East Midlands.
And the last question on this statement, Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome transport investment that's really needed in those city regions that spreads the wealth out. Cornwall, of course, also has ambitious transport plans, but doesn't have a large city region for 175 miles. It's very difficult to get public transport to our airport or a bus direct to our one acute hospital. And I'm campaigning for a freight rail link for Falmouth. So I'm heartened to hear there will be more transport announcements in the spending review. Could the Chief Secretary of the Treasury confirm that investment will go further down the southwest? And also, on investment more widely, the Chief Secretary has talked about the National Wealth Fund, and we know that they are dealing in early stage project development support with areas of the country. Could the Chief Secretary confirm that those talks will go wider than just the city regions, and places like Cornwall that have political and business partnerships and a strong growth plan will be considered by the National Wealth Fund?
Can I thank my honourable friend for championing Cornwall and the opportunities that Cornwall presents to the country? She makes a strong case alongside her colleagues in Cornwall for renewable energy, for mining, for other important parts of our industrial strategy, and she knows and makes the case frequently that those opportunities will only be made available to people if they're able to afford to live in places like Cornwall and get around places like Cornwall. That's why this Labour government is investing in every nation and region of the country, and I know she'll look forward to further announcements in the spending review next week.
And that concludes the statement. I will now give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Minister Hamish Faulkner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are appalled by repeated reports of mass casualty incidents in which Palestinians have been killed when trying to access aid sites in Gaza. Desperate civilians who have endured 20 months of war should never face the risk of death or injury to simply feed themselves and their families. We call for an immediate and independent investigation into these events and for the perpetrators to be held to account. It is deeply disturbing that these incidents happened near the New Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distribution sites. They highlight the utterly desperate need to get aid in. The Israeli government says it has opened up aid access with its new system, but the warnings raised by the United Kingdom, the United Nations, aid partners and the international community about these operations have materialised, and the results are agonising. Israel's newly introduced measures for aid delivery are inhumane, foster desperation and endanger civilians. Israel's unjustified block on aid into Gaza needs to end. It is inhumane. Israel must immediately allow the United Nations and aid partners to safely deliver all types of aid at scale to save lives, reduce suffering, and maintain dignity. It must ensure food and other critical supplies can reach people safely where they are across the whole of the Gaza Strip. Civilians, medical, and humanitarian workers and facilities must be protected. We will continue to be steadfast in our support for the UN and other trusted INGOs as the most effective and principled partners for aid delivery. Our support has meant over 465,000 people have received essential health care, 640,000 have received food, and 275,000 have improved access to water, sanitation and hygiene services. Just 2 weeks ago, my honourable friend, the Minister for Development, announced £4 million of additional funding to support the British Red Cross, enabling the delivery of humanitarian relief in Gaza through their partner, the Palestinian Red Crescent. That was part of our wider £101 million of support this financial year. Aid must be allowed in so this support can continue. Today, the UN Security Council is expected to consider a resolution for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and the lifting of all Israeli restrictions on humanitarian aid, supporting delivery by the United Nations. We will once again use our vote in support of these goals. Following our leadership in coordinating dozens of countries to address the humanitarian situation and the joint statement by the UK, France and Canada, as well as the actions announced by my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary on the 20th of May, we will continue to convene international partners to increase the pressure and take further steps to address the catastrophic situation on the ground. We will continue to strongly support the efforts led by the United States, Qatar and Egypt to secure an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. As the Prime Minister has said, a ceasefire is the best way to secure the release of all remaining hostages and achieve a long-term political solution. The Israeli government's decision to expand its military operations in Gaza and severely restrict aid undermines all of these goals. Madam Deputy Speaker, we repeat our utter condemnation of Hamas, our demand that it release all hostages immediately and unconditionally. They can have no role in the future governance of Gaza. A two-state solution is the only way to bring the long-lasting peace, stability and security that both Israelis and Palestinians deserve. We welcome France and Saudi Arabia's leadership in chairing an international conference later this month. I commend this statement to the House.
I now call Shadow Foreign Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Minister for advance sight of his statement. The scenes emanating from Gaza are harrowing and the suffering is intolerable. And the current situation we are all witnessing simply cannot continue. The level of humanitarian suffering and desperation continues to be unacceptable as children, women and their families continue to suffer while desperately trying to secure food and humanitarian aid. These deaths and casualties near aid distribution centres should never have happened. Can the Minister inform the House what discussions have taken place with Israel about these appalling events and the status of any investigation and what action will follow? Britain must at every level use its influence to bring all allies together who want peace and stability in this region, including neighbouring countries,
as this current conflict is hurting civilians and now appears as if a sustainable end to this conflict has moved even further away? Are we working with our Abraham Accord partners and regional allies who also want peace, such as Jordan, Egypt, Saudi and Qatar? Britain must leverage its considerable influence in the region to help stop the endless suffering that we are seeing, to get more aid in, to see the hostages released, and to end this terminal situation with Hamas to achieve a proper, sustainable end to this conflict. And importantly, work towards a better future for the Palestinian and Israeli people. And to that end, can the Minister explain how the government plans to use the upcoming summit in New York to further these aims? On humanitarian aid, the government says that it continues to call for broader aid access, and of course we support that. But are there practical and specific proposals for the opening of individual crossings and entry points, and have these been presented directly to the government of Israel? The Minister will know that previously my noble friend Lord Cameron, working with allies, did secure commitments from the government of Israel to open up the Erez crossing and the port of Ashdod to get aid into Gaza. And at that time, he will also know that Israel agreed to extend the opening hours of the Karim Shalom crossing point. And we were able to achieve commitments just to increase the number of trucks entering Gaza, which naturally saw an increase in vital aid supplies, food and medical aid for innocent Palestinians. On British aid sitting in the region, the Minister has said in a written answer to me on Monday, and I quote, "Quantifying how much aid awaiting entry into Gaza is difficult due to the complex operating environment and limited real-time data, which we absolutely can appreciate. But what more can he do to secure practical information as to where UK aid is, who we can work with to move aid to key locations, and what more Britain can do to ensure that UK aid gets to those who are desperately in need of our support?" We also know that multilateral institutions, including the World Bank and others, are working on serious plans to deal with immediate as well as long-term issues to support the recovery and reconstruction of the economy in Gaza and the West Bank. What is the government doing to support that work, and what engagement has he had with those organisations? Madam Deputy Speaker, 58 remaining hostages still remain in captivity and now on 607 days of their cruel captivity at the hands of Hamas. They must be released. We are aware of initiatives put forward by the United States and that the latest proposals have been rejected by Hamas. So what pressure is the government now exerting on Hamas to get them to reverse their opposition to these plans? And on the West Bank, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government signed an MOU with the PA on the 28th of April, which we've debated in the House. Since that signing, can the Minister update the House on the PA's progress on reform and governance? Because it is credible governance that is required for long-term stability. On settlements, our position as it was in government, and that position is well understood. Settlements are not helpful for achieving long-term peace, and we'd urge Israel, for its part, not to take steps that could make a two-state solution more difficult, and to use its legal system to clamp down on settler violence. We support a two-state solution that guarantees security and stability for both the Israeli and Palestinian people. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to lift people's eyes to a better future for the Israeli and Palestinian people. And to do so, Britain must actively bring our long-standing perspective and influence to bear in the region with all our allies.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her important questions. I can confirm that we are working closely with our allies, both in the region and beyond it, on this devastating situation. I saw colleagues from Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Qatar in the Madrid conference 10 days ago, and I will be continuing my consultations with them over the coming days, as is the Foreign Secretary. She rightly asks about the status of the ceasefire negotiations. I'm sure she is aware I called on Sunday for Hamas to return to those negotiations. There has been some promising indications that they are doing so, but this remains a very delicate situation, and I will update the House when I'm in a position to do so with more solid information. We, of course, want those ceasefire talks to proceed with speed. We want a full release of all hostages. We want a permanent ceasefire, and we do not want Hamas in control in Gaza, and that is the objective of this government. The Shadow Foreign Secretary also asks the important question about where UK aid is and how much has gone in, and I'm grateful for her understanding on those points. I fear much of it remains in many of the humanitarian distribution centres outside of Gaza, blocked as it was when I saw it with my own eyes in Egypt.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, but we have been here countless times before. Last week, Israel approved 22 further settlements in the West Bank. Israeli Defence Minister Katz claimed it was a strategic move that prevents the establishment of a Palestinian state. Minister, what more evidence do we need to call this exactly what it is? A deliberate policy of annexation and genocide. Will the government now take the long overdue steps we've all been calling for years, namely the recognition of Palestine, sanctions on extremist Israeli government ministers, suspension of all arms sales and suspension of all trade? If we want to see a Palestinian state, we must do something now to prevent its erasure. The history books will not be kind to this government unless we use every form of leverage at our disposal. And our grandchildren will ask why we effectively stood by whilst a people were eradicated by bombs, by bullets, by starvation, and no doubt the further ethnic cleansing that is still to come. This should shame us all.
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her question, and of course it was her urgent question that was granted this morning, which led to this statement. I don't agree with all of the premise of her question, but I can assure her that we will continue to convene international partners to increase pressure and take further steps as long as this catastrophic situation remains. We have taken steps. We have taken steps since we were first elected. We announced further steps on the 20th of May when the Foreign Secretary was at the dispatch box, and we will take further steps as we were clear in the joint statement between UK, France and Canada until the situation improves.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for advance sight of his statement. I spoke yesterday with a British surgeon who has regularly visited Gaza to deliver emergency medical aid. He first reported cases of malnutrition 18 months ago and is deeply anxious about what he will find when he arrives at Nasser Hospital in southern Gaza later this month. People in Gaza are on the brink of starvation. Others are dying daily from gunshot wounds inflicted as they queue for food. The situation is intolerable, and it is deliberate. The policies of Netanyahu's government amount to an indiscriminate assault on the Palestinian people. We must get the aid in, we must get the hostages out, and we must stop the violent, forced displacement of Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. That is the only path back to a ceasefire. The time for timidity is over. Liberal Democrats have consistently called for the government to take firmer action. It must do so today. We called for the sanctioning of the extremist ministers Ben-Gvir and Smotrich 18 months ago. Will the Minister finally commit to implementing these, showing we will no longer tolerate calls for Palestinian dispossession? And will the government make clear that unless the Israeli government changes course, the UK will expand sanctions to those ministers and members of the Knesset who support continuation of the blockade and the current military action? Will the government finally ban the export of all UK arms to Israel? In his response earlier, the Prime Minister said the government was working with allies to get aid into Gaza. Can the Minister expand on what options are under consideration and when these could be implemented? Last week's announcement of 22 new settlements in the West Bank, the largest expansion in years, is intolerable. The UK should have no part in this. So will ministers introduce legislation now to ban all UK trade with the illegal settlements? Will the government use the conference later this month, together with allies like France, finally to recognise the state of Palestine, showing beyond doubt the UK's commitment to Palestinians' right to self-determination and a two-state solution?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson alludes to some of the commentary of some of the Israeli government ministers. I want to be clear that the UK government's issue is with Netanyahu's government. It is with the statements and actions of many of those ministers. I will not, from this dispatch box, as you know, discuss sanctions that we might take. But what I will say is that we watch very closely the statements which have come out. We have condemned them repeatedly, and they have not stopped, and they have continued, and we keep this under very, very close review.
Chair of the Select Committee, Sarah Champion.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Gazan Humanitarian Foundation is no such thing. It is a group of trigger-happy private security employees.
Yeah.
Under international law, as the occupier, Israel has a duty to those people in Gaza.
Yeah.
The International Court of Justice issued an advisory opinion on the 19th of July 2024 stating Israel's policies and practices are contrary to the prohibition of forcible transfer of the protected populations under Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. The government has still not given its response to this. And if I'm going to be very uncharitable and hopefully very wrong, this has created a limbo, which means the government is not using its full toolbox of sanctions, of prohibitions and legal accountability to hold Israel and indeed Hamas to account. When will the government act and acknowledge that they have duties under this advisory?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to consider the ICJ's advisory opinion with the seriousness that it deserves, but I want to reassure the House that the powers of the Foreign Office are not set on our views on an advisory opinion, which is advisory. We abide by international law in all that we do, and our options are not constrained by the fact we have not yet pronounced a view on the advisory opinion.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Honourable Lady indicated, we're all frankly getting a bit fed up with the theatrics in this chamber, and if I'm honest with the Minister, it feels like the whole House is being played. He shows up, he mouths the words, full of condemnation and being appalled, and very occasionally the government leaks out just enough sanctions, frankly, I'm afraid, colleagues, to keep the Labour benches from open revolt. And yet, since he last appeared, as others have mentioned, 22 new settlements announced, and the Israeli government has replaced the UNRWA distribution system with a shooting gallery, an abattoir, where starving people are lured out through combat zones to be shot at. If the situation were reversed, we would now be mobilising, quite rightly mobilising, the British Armed Forces as part of an international protection force. So here's my question. What's the difference?
Minister.
I hope the honourable member will forgive me. He talks of theatrics, where I come to the House and provide an update, and he delivers a speech saying that we should do more. I just want to remind him and remind the House that the Labour government has a profoundly different position towards these issues than the Conservative government before us. We have taken a series of steps, most recently on the 20th of May.
Order. Minister.
We have taken steps. We will continue to take steps. We have led the international community in the most recent of those steps. And I and we are under no illusion of the severity of the situation that we face.
Rachel Hopkins.
I do welcome the Minister's comments that Israel's newly introduced measures for aid delivery are inhumane, foster desperation and endanger civilians. And indeed, in just 8 days, 102 Palestinians seeking food have been killed and 490 injured. So what discussions is the Minister having with his Israeli counterpart about ensuring the protection of innocent civilians accessing life-saving aid?
Minister.
I regret to inform the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is a fundamental disagreement between the British and Israeli governments about the nature of aid that needs to get in to Gaza. We have spoken to them, and we have been clear that the United Nations is ready with a system that works, that is able to deliver aid at the scale required to try and address some of the horrific desperation that we see. The Israeli government is clearly committed to the Gaza Humanitarian Fund with all of the problems that we see over the last 3 days.
Sir Jeremy Ryan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The policy of successive UK governments has been that the United Kingdom will recognise the state of Palestine when it's conducive to the peace process and to the ultimate realisation of the two-state solution. Up to this point, I have accepted the argument that the Minister and his predecessors have made that that moment has not yet come. But hasn't the balance shifted decisively with a succession of moves to greater territorial change in the West Bank by increased settlement activity and by increasingly blunt and frequent statements of members of the Israeli government that we are going to restrict Palestinians to a subset of Gaza or restrict Palestinians from Gaza altogether? That's what's changed my mind, such that I now believe it's necessary for the UK, hopefully in conjunction with others, to recognise the state of Palestine urgently. Why has it not yet changed the government's mind?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman, Madam Deputy Speaker, makes a very powerful point. And one of the reasons why the traditional positions of UK governments and many other governments across the world has been that the recognition of a Palestinian state should come at the end or during a two-state solution process was the hope that we would move towards a two-state. Many minds have been changed, like the honourable gentleman's, because of the rhetoric of the Israeli government, the clear statements by so many that they are no longer committed to a two-state solution. We see in the press many representatives of the Israeli government criticising others for considering their position in relation to a Palestinian state. Exactly as the honourable gentleman says, it is the action of this Israeli government that has made so many, including ourselves, review our position on these matters.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask my right honourable friend, the time has come for us to stop arming Israel in any way whatsoever. This collaborative pool of items that are gathered under the auspices of NATO seems to be a route through which Israel can be supplied. Is it not possible for us to withdraw the right for anything that we supply to that collaborative pool to be passed on to Israel, or to even influence our partners in that collaborative pool to stop providing any form of weaponry to Israel via that route?
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me first address my honourable friend's question about arms more broadly and then turn to the F-35s. We have taken steps to ensure that weapons directly for use in Gaza have been suspended. There is, in the F-35 programme, a provision, as my honourable friend outlines, for a global spares pool, which we do not control the operation of. I understand the argument sometimes made in this House that, in fact, we could control the final destination of those parts. That is a point that we refute and is being debated in the courts, and a judgment is forthcoming. So that is on the question of whether or not the final destination of F-35 parts could indeed be determined. And I'm afraid I have nothing further to add on that point. But I just want to be clear to the House, as the Minister for Trade was on Monday evening, that the arms suspensions that we have done are far-reaching. There have been some reports, Madam Deputy Speaker, suggesting that we have not taken far-reaching action, and in fact significant arms are still reaching the IDF. That is simply factually not true. There continue to be the sale of items which are controlled by the arms licensing criteria. That is because many military-grade items, for example, body armour for NGOs, we still judge are appropriate to be traded with Israel because they will go to NGOs who are going in. It is also true that we are trading components which will end up in use outside of Israel in NATO allies' arsenal. So, for example, of the £127.5 million of export licences that have been approved subsequent to our decision, 120 million of them were for components for a NATO ally, not for Israel. There is considerable confusion about this point, so I wanted to take the opportunity to clarify it.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, securing a ceasefire is vital. Securing the release of the remaining hostages is vital. And getting aid through to the suffering people of Gaza is an absolute moral imperative. And the Israeli government needs to ensure the safe delivery of that aid. And if it does not, then the members of that government should suffer immediate and severe consequences, no more prevarication. But will he also make an assessment of what the impact has been of cuts to the United Kingdom's aid budget on the ability to deliver aid in Gaza and elsewhere? And will he work with his UN colleagues to make sure that all the resources that could possibly be given from this government to the United Nations get through, so that aid gets through and stops the dying and stops the suffering?
Madam Deputy Speaker, to be clear, the issue in relation to aid getting into Gaza is not the availability of aid. The effect of the cuts which we have announced has had no bearing on whether or not aid can get into Gaza. And I know that because I have seen our aid with our very own eyes in warehouses in Al Arish. The issue, and we've got to remain focused on the central issue here, is not the availability of aid, nor is it the availability of partners like the United Nations prepared to go in and deliver it. It is that there is a blockade effectively in place by the Israeli government, and that is the central issue that must be addressed.
Rosanna Allen-Khan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost 8 months ago, the UN Commission of Inquiry found that Israel has implemented a concerted effort to dismantle the healthcare system in Gaza, and that the killing and disappearance of healthcare workers amounts to the crime of extermination. UK doctors in Gaza describe it as a slaughterhouse, with the growing mountain of evidence detailing war crimes taking place, and our diplomatic efforts being totally ignored by the Israeli government. It is time to sanction Benjamin Netanyahu and the other murderous figures who are responsible. Minister, words are not enough. So today, here, now, in this chamber, I'd like the Minister to give us a concrete date as to when we can expect this government to impose sanctions.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hear the frustration of the House, and I recognise, and I'm sure others too, will raise the reports, the deeply distressing reports of recent days, and indeed going even further back in both the West Bank and Gaza. Let me be clear, as the Prime Minister was clear with France and Canada, if Israel does not cease the renewed military offensive and lift its restrictions on humanitarian aid, we will take further concrete actions on this point. And I will not say from this dispatch box today when that might be.
Sir Roger Gale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I concur entirely with the views expressed by the two Privy Councillors on these backbenches that have already spoken. We have for weeks been listening to fine words from the opposition front bench, the government front bench. And we've seen a lot of hand-wringing. And we've seen a vast amount of inactivity. And the question everybody is asking in this chamber of the Minister is when? Yesterday, the Minister knows this, 4 of us tried to deliver a letter to Downing Street calling for the immediate recognition of the State of Palestine. We weren't even allowed to deliver that letter. The time has come to act now. There is a route from Larnaca in Cyprus straight into Gaza. Use it. Let's save these children.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for the force of his remarks. I would just remind the House, this is, and I hear so many colleagues say that they are fed up with my words, which is gentle. But on the 20th of May, we announced concrete actions. I am telling the House this afternoon that further actions will come if there are not changes. And I will return to the House when I am in a position to do. I hear everybody's frustration, but let us not pretend that the UK's position has not changed, that it has not continued to change, and it will continue to change while the situation remains as it is.
Tan Singh Desi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a genocide case against Israel before the ICJ, and the ICC has issued arrest warrants against Prime Minister Netanyahu and others. In its 2007 judgment, the ICJ made clear that a nation's duty to prevent genocide begins when we become aware that there is a serious risk. Yesterday, the Minister confirmed in response to my written question that most of, or almost all of Gaza faces a critical risk of famine, with 500,000 innocent people facing starvation, which we know is caused by months-long blockade of aid by Israel. So I asked the Minister whether he has been satisfactorily notified that there is a serious risk of genocide occurring in Palestine, and will he ensure that the government takes all steps to meet our obligations to prevent genocide?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. We abide by all of our international legal obligations. We keep these matters under rapid review. He rightly highlights the risks of malnutrition and famine in Gaza as identified by the IPC, and we take very serious note of all of these reports as they come out.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't help but feel that the Minister is treating members with a significant level of contempt by telling us that something will happen, but won't tell us what that will be or when it will happen. But on a more acute point, can he perhaps clarify to the House why he believes it is consistent for his government to condemn the Israeli government for starving a civilian population, whilst at the same time providing them with the component parts to bomb a civilian population?
I'm surprised that the honourable member thinks there's any question about why Foreign Office ministers might need to leave some degree of ambiguity about when they take actions, including all of the ones that have been discussed this afternoon, sanctions, etc. These principles of why you might want to do things without pre-notifying the House, each and every step, I think, are relatively well established, but happy to discuss at further detail why we do that. On the point about F-35 components, where we know they are going to Israel, we are suspending them. It is only because we are not able to control the onwards transmission of the global spares pool that this, at least theoretical risk exists.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for all the work he's doing and the endless number of statements that he's had to make on these horrific issues. I absolutely agree with him and support him in calling for both Israel and Hamas to make sure that all humanitarian aid is available and gets to innocent Palestinians desperately needed. The best way that we can solve this problem is through a ceasefire. And will he join me in expressing regret that after Israel accepted the Witkoff framework proposals for a ceasefire, that Hamas decided to turn it down? And we must put as much pressure on Hamas to move forward with a ceasefire as soon as possible.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. On Sunday, I was clear that Hamas should engage in ceasefire talks, should return to the table, should release all hostages. A ceasefire is desperately needed and is the only route forward.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Studied ambiguity of what and when has had no impact on Israeli policy. We want to know, and Israel needs to know, precisely what the government means by further steps.
The honourable member will appreciate that in our private discussions with Israel, we have been very clear of the depth of feeling across the whole country and indeed in this House, and that further steps will be coming and the nature of them.
Debbie Abraham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think the Minister can sense, and I'm sure he can sense, the frustration across the House with all parties. And I support their frustration, really. We were at a meeting yesterday with the former UN Secretary General for Human Rights, Andrew Gilmore, and he said the lack of action that the international community is taking now on this issue reminded him of the lack of action of during the 1990s and the Rwanda genocide. I think that's a lesson that we all should heed very, very closely. So I won't ask him everything that everybody else has asked about sanctions, around recognition. He knows where I stand on that. But I will ask him about the coalition of the willing for Palestine. We have a coalition of the willing around Ukraine. How are we building up our international allies to ensure that recognition and everything else that needs to happen has an international consensus? And again, we are looking at days, not weeks and months.
Minister.
I just want to acknowledge from my honourable friend that we recognise this conflict is being measured in hours and days, not weeks and months, and it's on those timelines that we seek to take action. On the question of a coalition of the willing, we are working with our allies, as I'm sure my honourable friend is aware. We convened the statement of 26 on humanitarian action and the leader's statement at 3, to which I referred earlier in my statement, and we will continue to work broadly, and I can confirm even today I've been working on those questions.
Ellie Chams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK Government has an obligation under international law to do everything possible to prevent genocide. Yes. And yet we see genocide occurring in Gaza. The Minister assured the House a month ago that he was conducting risk assessment of the risk of genocide in Gaza. So will he give me a clear, unambiguous, straight answer today? Will he publish his most recent genocide risk assessment without delay?
As this House has heard from me before, the question that we assessed in relation to international humanitarian law was there a real risk of a breach of IHL? That was the assessment we made when we first entered government. That is a considerably lower bar than the questions to which you referred. We continue to make those assessments which cover the entirety of international humanitarian law. We have updated the House on that initial assessment, which is at a rather lower bar than she is suggesting, and the assessment broadly remains in place. We won't provide further updates, but if the position changes, I will be sure to return to the House.
Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do appreciate the Minister coming back to the Chamber, but as he can see from the strength in the Chamber, this is an issue that will not go away. The Minister just outlined to my colleague, the Chair of the Work and Pensions Select Committee, that we are measuring this in hours and days, not weeks and months. We have a situation where there is only one kidney dialysis unit left in Gaza. The World Health Organization reports that the number of dialysis machines has decreased and there are only 27 left in northern Gaza. My late mum had renal failure. She was on dialysis 3 times a week. It's not hours and days, it's minutes, Minister. A number of those people are literally surviving and dying within minutes. We see a situation where women, children, and many people are still buried under rubble. A number of us have spoken about the lack of aid going in and the fact that the aid is being used as a weapon of punishment. What more do we need to say, Minister, for us to see concrete and more visible action from this government? We are getting emails from our constituents. We need to see an end to some of the weapons going through that the UK is still supporting and a clearer guidance on sanctions because Israel are not listening to us.
I thank my honourable friend, and I recognise when we talk in this chamber about aid restrictions that can seem like an abstract concept, and my honourable friend is right about what that looks like person to person. The shortages of all kinds of desperately needed items that preserve life and dignity are in terrible short supply, and nothing about the last few days indicates that the new aid measures are doing anywhere near enough to try and avert that tragedy. We obviously not only make our own assessments, but we also pay careful heed to the assessments of others. I was a diplomat before. The International Committee of the Red Cross is a very sober organisation, not prone to strong statements, and the statement that they have made in recent days about the conditions in Gaza is very sobering reading. So we are under no illusions about the urgency and the gravity of the situation. I was pleased to be with the Foreign Secretary on the 20th of May when he announced further measures. We have been clear further measures will come. We are trying, as the Shadow Foreign Secretary has asked us to persuade the Israelis to change course. If they do not, we will return to this House.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I listened very carefully to the answer the Minister gave to the quite right and proper question from the Honourable Member for High Peak just now. And will the Minister not accept that simply calling for Hamas to go back to the negotiating table is nowhere near strong enough, and that for there to be accuracy in this debate, it must be publicly and clearly acknowledged that the only blocker to a ceasefire deal that will get the hostages out and bodies returned of those hostages that have died is to acknowledge that the blocker is Hamas?
Minister.
We have condemned Hamas. I have condemned Hamas repeatedly, and we will continue to do so. A ceasefire clearly requires two parties. We welcomed Israel's return to the ceasefire negotiations. We called on Hamas to do the same. We are glad to hear that there sounds to be some progress. We will continue to press all sides on this point until we have a ceasefire.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the United Nations Human Rights Chief Volker Turk said, and I quote, and it must have broke everyone's heart in this place, Palestinians will be presented with the grimmest of choices, die from starvation or risk being killed while trying to access the meagre food that's been made available to Israel's militarised humanitarian assistance mechanism. Minister, you feel like a record, but please, what concrete actions are we actually going to take in this place where you will stand at this dispatch box and do something to change Israel's psyche so they listen to the world?
My honourable friend asked me to change the government of Israel's psyche. We have been clear with the Israeli government the extent of our disagreement. Anyone who has followed closely the communications between me and my Israeli counterparts will see there is a profound disagreement in approach. We do everything we can to try and persuade our long-standing ally of why the steps that they are taking are such grave mistakes, not just grave mistakes for the region, not just grave mistakes for the Palestinians, but ultimately grave mistakes for the Israelis themselves. Our disagreement is with the government, not the Israelis themselves. It will be with regret if I return shortly to this House with further steps to announce, but we will do so given the strength of our feeling on these matters.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Minister has acknowledged, Israel's alternative aid scheme is dangerous, it is unworkable and it is profoundly insufficient. There is aid waiting on the border, UK aid that my constituents have paid for. You know the Palestinian people's desperation. You have heard the desperation.
Twice.
The Minister has heard the Palestinian people's desperation. He has heard the desperation in this chamber. So what new pressure will he bring to bear on Israel to open those aid routes? What is the alternative plan? And the Minister has asked for an independent inquiry into what went on in Rafah. Will he insist that the Israeli government lets the BBC and independent journalists into Gaza so that we know what's going on?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady makes an important point about the lack of international media in Gaza and the hotly contested nature of events there. It is not just me who has called for independent investigation, it is the UN Secretary-General as well, and that reflects the degree of concerns within the United Nations system in order to enable them to do their job.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, if we do not recognise Palestine, Palestine will cease to exist. Israel, as we've heard, and I commend my honourable friend from Liverpool, Wavertree, Israel has approved another 22 new settlement sites in the occupied West Bank, the biggest expansion in decades. It violates international law. Minister, Louis Theroux's incredible documentary, The Settlers, which I will be showing today, and he is in Parliament today, highlights the grim reality of the settlers and the mindset. Minister, you must agree that it is time that we have a strong debate. You cannot persuade. Pardon me, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Lady's better than that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the passion is overtaking me. Minister, do you not agree that we need... Minister, do you not agree? Do you...
Sorry. Order. I am going to make this comment because people repeatedly keep addressing the Minister as Minister. They should be doing their questions through the Chair. Does he agree?
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister. Madam Chair, does he agree? Will he agree? Can he agree that it's gone far enough? That we must have this debate and say we will apply sanctions to Israel, no more arms to Israel, and we will see Palestinians as people and help them to survive.
Minister.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friends who are just trying to make me, as a new member of the House, feel like everybody makes mistakes, and I'm grateful for the important question. As my honourable friend knows, we have taken action against those settlers in that documentary as well as others. I recognise that the situation in Gaza and the West Bank remains awful. We have condemned the 22 settlements that were announced over recess. We have been clear that further steps will be taken, and I'll be happy to return to the House when we're in a position.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister says he hears the frustration of the House, but does the government hear the cries of the orphan children of Gaza? Hear the cries of the children that have had their loved ones blown to bits literally in front of their eyes, who will be maimed for life? Now, I've been at many of these statements before, and I'm grateful for what the Minister said, and I'd like to also put on the record I'm grateful for what our Shadow Foreign Secretary said today as well. But the reality is that aid is not getting through. There were 400 UN stations before. There's only now a handful. They're in combat zones, and people are unable to access that aid. And every single day, men, women and children are being impacted through lack of food and access to aid, access to medical supplies, and actually access to fuel to actually cook some of this food, some very practical issues. So can I ask the Minister what more he can do with the Americans to ensure that this new way of delivering aid, which I, by the way, don't support, it should be the UN, but if that is going to be the case, that there are more aid stations in more places so more people can access it in order that we save lives?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman's words. There are clearly profound issues with this new aid distribution mechanism. That is not just the view of the British government, it is clearly the view of the GHF themselves, given that they have suspended operations after 3 very bloody days, where clearly, exactly as the honourable gentleman says, there are insufficient aid distribution centres, very dangerous crowds, and we have seen terrible violence associated with these distributions. I would be very happy if there was a mechanism in place at this moment that could provide aid properly, but there exists, waiting on the outskirts of Gaza, in Al Arish and elsewhere, a United Nations operation with 18 months of experience, yet longer than that, of doing this properly and making sure that everybody gets the aid that they need. We must not delay. We have both the aid and the delivery partners. We should let them in.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The barbarism Benjamin Netanyahu's government against the Palestinian people is beyond belief.
Yep.
We should not be negotiating trade deals with this government.
Yep.
We should not have trade envoys on the ground, and we should not delay recognition of the state of Palestine. Now, our committee, the Business and Trade Committee, backed by my honourable friends for Slough and Rotherham, is determined to get to the bottom of UK arms exports. I am grateful to the Business Minister for confirming last night that he will appear before the committee before the summer recess. Can the Minister confirm tonight that a Foreign Office Minister will be alongside him?
I make it a habit not to confirm the schedules of my ministerial colleagues, and it's of course the Minister for Europe who has appeared before with responsibility for the overall licensing regime, who's appeared before your committee. But if I could just be clear to the House, sorry, and it was, yes. If I could be clear to the House and of course the honourable gentleman There is no effort to conceal our position on arms licences. We have set it out to this House on a number of occasions. The Minister for Trade set out some of the numbers on Monday. We have taken exceptional measures to try and show more transparency than is usual about the arms licensing regime. We are having this discussed in not just in this place, but in the courts as well. There is no effort on the part of this government to be anything other than transparent, not only with this House, but with the Israeli government themselves about the nature of our decisions.
Llyn Osmedi.
We can all see that a genocide is happening in Gaza, and it's about time that this government called it out for what it is. We are witnessing the systematic dismantling of Gaza's healthcare system, and the Red Cross has described the situation as hell on earth. What is this government doing to prevent Gaza's healthcare system from being decimated further and to re-establish hospitals and life-saving medical services?
Minister.
The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that while the aid blockade remains in place, there is very little that any outside partner can do to try and ensure proper health services in Gaza. I will not mislead the House by suggesting that there is. The aid that has come in from the GHF is far too little and far too geographically concentrated to be able to provide the kind of provision that Gazans are entitled to and that they should have, and is a clear necessity under international humanitarian law.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 20th of May, the Foreign Secretary informed this House that free trade agreement was being suspended with Israel. Less than a week after that announcement, the UK's trade envoy to Israel was in Israel. The Minister, in his opening statement, said, "We call for an immediate and independent investigation into these events and for the perpetrators to be held account." We know who the perpetrators are. What evidence does he need from an independent inquiry? Why does he not take action by suspending the UK's trade envoy, prevent him from going to Israel? Why does he not back the 800 lawyers, senior judges, retired, and academics that wrote to the Prime Minister earlier this week asking for Article 6 of the United Nations Charter to be invoked and expel Israel as a member state of the United Nations?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the call for an independent investigation has begun with the UN Secretary General, given, as I said earlier, his concerns about aid provision. The UK supports the role of the UN, its vital humanitarian role, and that is why we have echoed his calls. On the question of the trade envoy's visit, let me be clear. We suspended negotiations for a future free trade agreement with Israel. We did not suspend all trade with Israel, as I think the House knows. The trade envoy had no scheduled meetings with Israeli officials, was there as part of his regular duties, because trade does continue between Israel and the UK. And I'm not sure it's entirely fair to join the visit of a trade envoy in with the horrific events around the aid distribution centres of recent days.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be well aware that the Hamas have threatened to execute any Palestinian that dares to take aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. He'll also probably be aware that there are strong reports suggesting that desperate Palestinians are breaking into warehouses that Hamas controls that are stocked to the eyeballs, literally, in the aid that we have provided. Now, we all want to see the aid provided to the Palestinian people. So what credible plan does he have to convince the Israeli government that if aid is flooded into Gaza, that it will actually reach the people that need it, rather than be taken away and stockpiled by Hamas?
Minister.
We are clear. The United Nations and its partners, in our view, have a clear mechanisms for ensuring humanitarian aid is met and to prevent diversion to Hamas. We obviously condemn any reports, any credible reports, where Hamas is diverting aid. But those reports should not be a reason why aid is not provided to the Palestinian people. There are tried, trusted and credible mechanisms waiting to get in, and they should.
Lesl Caliscan.
very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The International Red Cross chief has said that Gaza is worse than hell on earth. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, is it any wonder when children who have escaped bombs are now facing death because of starvation? The United Nations has said that 1 in 5 people in Gaza face starvation because of the blockade. Can I ask the Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, does he agree with me that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is clearly incapable of addressing the starvation in Gaza? That's very clear now. And that Israel should immediately hand over any operation of aid to the United Nations?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. I think I've been clear on the point, but yes, the United Nations should be back, able to deliver humanitarian aid in the principled way that they have been.
Shockout Adam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Wad Jalal was a 6-year-old Palestinian girl who last week crawled out of a burning school, leaving behind her mother and 2 siblings to burn to death. And the reason I mention Wad's name is because she was Palestinian. Last month, in the case of Al-Haq and the government, up to September 2024, 40,000 innocent Palestinian men, women and children like Wad's and her family were killed. The government reviewed 413 of those cases, and out of the 413, they found one possible breach of international law, and that was the killing of the volunteers in the World Central Kitchen. Can I ask the Minister, does the government have any regard for children like Wad and Palestinian people in their concerns?
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course we have regard. Of course we have concerns for Palestinian people. The questions at issue in the assessment of risk are legal ones and complicated ones. And the reason they are complicated is because the cast of international humanitarian law ends up resting a great deal on what is in the mind of a commander when they make a decision. International humanitarian law is tightly constrained. It is therefore difficult to make conclusions about what is in the mind of a commander who will not share that thought with you. So that is why, when we make those determinations, we consider other limbs of international humanitarian law, not because we are saying that in all those cases it was proportional and necessary to the military objectives, but because where we cannot determine, you can look to other limbs of the assessment, and those limbs include the obligations on an occupying power, about aid being provided, and also the treatment of detainees. And those are easier tests to meet because they do not require knowing what is in the mind of a commander.
Now, I am planning to run this statement for a further 30 minutes, but members might like to think very carefully how many of their colleagues they wish to help get in and ask short questions and short responses, please. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let us be short and frank then. I don't think for many of us in this House anymore it is complicated. Time has run out for ambiguity of action. Since the 20th of May, we've seen 22 more settlements. It is deliberately dangerous for people to access the aid. The IDF has declared the roads to the aid distribution centres as combat zones. We recognise that the Minister says they've raised concerns, that they have called for immediate independent investigations. These have not happened, not just in this incident, but repeatedly. The Minister won't tell us what he will do. It's on all our consciences to ask him to be clearer about that. So will he tell us what isn't on the table? Will he rule out things? He's telling us he's talking about future things. Will he rule out the immediate recognition of Palestine that many of us have been calling for? Will he rule out the sanctions that many of us have been calling out? Will he rule out the final abolition of the F-35 farce? Because if he does, at least we get some sense of where this is going.
Order. In statements, we need to have briefer questions. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll return to this House when I have further announcements.
Stefan Caron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Parishioners in the Matlask benefice have raised over £3,000 to support the people of Gaza and were visited last year by a priest from Bethlehem who shared how this conflict is impacting those there. They hope for the return of the hostages and for peace for the Palestinian people. I won't ask him to repeat the answer to the question of when, but will he confirm to them that the tools he is considering using at the next step include sanctions against extremist government ministers and formally recognising a Palestinian state?
I want to pay tribute to the work of your constituents, and I know so many constituents, including mine in Lincoln, are doing so much to try and both keep these issues on people's minds and take steps by raising funds as well. I won't be drawn on what the further steps might be taken. We were clear in the leader's statement that they could include targeted sanctions, so you can assure your constituents that that remains under review.
Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Members have reached for the right words to describe what is being faced by the Palestinians. I think it's incredibly difficult within the constraints of parliamentary language and diplomatic language to convey that. I'm not going to go over any of the ground that other colleagues have, but does he agree with me that it is completely unacceptable on every level to pair aid with military objectives? And will he assure the House that in our future considerations as a government of where we go next with Israel, the unacceptability of those tactics is taken on board?
I want to thank my honourable friend from Gateshead, who has raised these issues with me many times and is very focused on them. I completely agree with what he says. Aid must be delivered in a principled way. That is vital not just in the Middle East, but across the entire world, and we take these issues very seriously and we raise them with force with the Israeli government.
Kirsty Blackman.
In 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years, none of us want to have to look back and say we could have done more. As of December, there were 191 licences for export of military equipment to Israel. Less than half of those were for the IDF and for the Israeli government. What comfort does the Minister have that that military equipment that is going to Israel is not being used to expand settlements in the West Bank, is not being used by those civilian staff working at these aid centres, is not being used to worsen the situation for the Palestinian people?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the important question. We take these issues very seriously. We have one of the toughest arms export licensing criteria and systems in the world, and we work very carefully to ensure that the words that I say and the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister say at this dispatch box are followed all the way through in every decision that we make. In some cases, it is absolutely obvious from the licence that they couldn't be used in the way that she describes. For example, components for a submarine can't be used in Gaza, but we do take enormous care over these questions.
Bel Rabiro-Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. An honourable friend from the other place reminded me of a conversation that she overheard me having with my honourable friend, the member for Coventry South, would have been October 2023. Israel had begun bombing the civilian population in the Gaza Strip, and my honourable friend asked, when will they say something? And as I often do, I said the first thing that came to my mind, and that is when they level it to the ground. And I have to ask the Minister, is this the change that we are waiting for at this stage? Because I've previously asked what our red lines are, and it seems that we have none. History will not look kindly on those who perpetuate genocide or those who assist it. And whether it's through the sale of arms or sheer inaction, does the Minister accept that this is now us? Now, the member for North West Hampshire pointed to actions that we might take, and I have to ask, why are these actions not good enough for the people of Palestine, and how many more people have to die before we do something?
My honourable friend asks me if I accept, I think the honourable lady said, this is us. I don't accept this is us. We are in a very serious disagreement with the Israeli government about the conduct of the conflict. That disagreement has been ongoing. It is strongly felt. Their policy in relation to Gaza and the West Bank is not the British government's policy. Not only have I condemned it, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have done so repeatedly. I hear the frustration of the House about further measures, but let us accept that the British and Israeli government disagree profoundly on this question, that the disagreement between us is deeply felt and British policy is as it is, not what the Netanyahu government is doing.
Caroline Voden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hundreds of my constituents have written to me expressing their desperation and horror at the hellish scenes coming out of Gaza, so I speak here on their behalf. It is quite clear that the Israeli government aspires to wipe Palestine off the map as they expand their settlement ambitions with impunity. They don't care that ministers in Whitehall are watching their statements. Until Palestine is recognised as a state, the dispossession of land and homes by Israel will continue. So why won't the government stand up now alongside our allies Spain, Norway and Ireland and recognise Palestine as a state?
I recognise the concern of many constituents across the country, including in Lincoln. We are obviously in close touch with, I was talking to my Spanish counterparts on Sunday. I was in Madrid with the Irish and the other nations she mentioned at the Madrid conference with a whole set of states that have recognised a Palestinian state. And I recognise the desire right across this House, I think, for further steps in that area. What this House, I'm sure, will press me on, whatever we do, is the continued horrors of Gaza. We are focused in everything that we do on trying to make an impact on the scenes that your constituents are seeing. We are considering these matters, but the question that we are focused on is trying to reduce the suffering in Gaza today.
Andrew Peggs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the Minister's update for the House. But the Minister will know that the situation isn't just the horrors and inhumane violence of the Israeli government in Gaza, it is also the aggression we're seeing in the West Bank. I welcome the government's condemnation of the 22 new settlements and look forward to the words on the forced transfer from Palestinian villages that we are seeing this week. The Minister has described the Minister recognises the anger that this House feels and frustration. Could I ask him what more he would need to see happen before we take further action on sanctions against extremist ministers and action we need to see happen to recognise Palestine as part of the UN conference in coming weeks?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the 22 settlements are not only appalling, they are illegal. We have taken sanction steps. We have put in place sanctions against both individuals and organisations on the 20th of May. Clearly, that has not deterred Minister Smotrich and others from continuing to try and expand settlements in the West Bank. The viability of a two-state solution, of two states practically going to be able to live side by side, is being undermined, and we will continue to take action to try and to avert that.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister quite rightly called for an independent inquiry into Israel's behaviour in denying food, medicine and vital aid to the people of Gaza. In the same spirit, would he welcome an independent inquiry into the British government's policies in relation to F-35 jet parts, for example, because this seems to be becoming more and more mysterious. Yeah. Apparently they are sold into the global supply chain, but we have no control over what happens to them. They might end up in the hands of Israel, or they might not. Is he seriously expecting the House to believe that the manufacturers of these components do not trace them, do not track them, do not label them, do not identify them? I think the government knows exactly where those parts are going and exactly that they are enabling those F-35 jets to bomb Gaza and take part in acts of genocide. Does he not deserve an independent inquiry?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have talked about these issues many times. They are in the High Court being discussed in a judicial review. At the moment, I do not see that this could be any further scrutinised and litigated, or what an independent inquiry on the position of the F-35 parts would achieve.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was very proud to join thousands of protesters surrounding Parliament today, demanding to know what this government's red line is. So, Minister, can you tell this House today Madam Deputy Speaker, can he tell this House what is his red line, and when will he stop arming Israel and stop F-35 bombers dropping bombs on schools and killing innocent children?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I've addressed most of those substantive points already. We are clear in our position. We have set it out repeatedly, privately and publicly, and no doubt I will be back in this House shortly.
Vicky Slade.
Deputy Speaker. Under the UK Strategic Export Licence criteria, licences are prohibited when there is a clear risk items would undermine peace and security, or under criteria 7, where the controlled items might be diverted for such uses. Can he confirm that export of all items, both with licences and those that sit outside the rules or have authorised exemptions, are being reviewed, so items like drones used for decoys and surveillance being used against civilians and aid convoys will fall under the restrictions, so these things do not go under the radar?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to hesitate in my answer just because there were quite a few clauses in the question and I don't want to get it wrong. The effect of what I have said in Parliament binds all of our export licences. There is not an asterisk or a footnote that allows some way around. This is a full-reaching approach which has been set out repeatedly in Parliament and is indeed being scrutinised by the Business Select Committee and indeed by the courts. There is no attempt to fudge the position here. It is as I have set out.
Louise Hay.
Can I recognise the Minister's personal dedication to this issue and his efforts in achieving a ceasefire? But it is impossible to conclude that this is anything less than a genocide. So on that basis, will he reflect the will of this House to the Foreign Secretary and to the Cabinet to impose immediately sanctions on Netanyahu and his genocidal regime?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, is committed to these issues. Determinations of genocides are for a competent court. I can confirm, as I did to the Liberal Democrat colleague, that we are considering further targeted sanctions in line with the three leaders' statement of recent weeks.
Ayub Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Dr. Al-Najjar, along with 9 of his 10 children, were murdered when an Israeli bomb hit their home. All this happened whilst his wife, another doctor, served at Nasir Hospital. We all know and we've all seen the many thousands of men, women and children lined up in a cage for food, shot as if there's some sort of game, hunting game. We know also that the former President Biden's spokesman, Mr. Miller, said to Sky during an interview that there was war crimes. He had no doubt. But he did not say this even though he was aware of this when Biden was in power. Does the minister feel that he finds himself in the same position?
Yeah.
And if he does not, why does he not do what the thousands encircling this House of Parliament have done? Stop the arms to Israel.
Minister.
With respect, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable gentleman's commitment to these issues, it wasn't the badge or the protest that stopped the arms to Gaza, it was the Labour government. That was the effect of voting for a Labour government and having a Labour government. I have set out, I hear the frustration of the House, I have set out what we have done so far. I have been clear that we will go further. The badge is nice, but action is what matters, and that is what the Labour government has done.
Alan Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The President of the International Committee of the Red Cross has described the situation in Gaza today as worse than hell on earth. But the Minister has come to this House today with a message that is exactly the same as it was 2 weeks ago. He condemns the settlements, but settlement goods are still being sold in our shops. He supports a two-state solution, but he has not recognised a Palestinian state. He disagrees with the Israeli government, but he will not sanction their extremist ministers. It is clear that the government of Benjamin Netanyahu is not listening to the minister's words. In the context of the slaughter and starvation that we are seeing in Gaza, the government's position is frankly not good enough. When will there be further action?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't want the House to have the impression that in the period of recess that the Foreign Office, its ministers and the whole of the government were not focused on these issues. We made statements on Sunday. We are working closely with our partners. We made a clear, on I think it was the 19th of May, made a clear statement to the Israeli government that there would be further consequences should the situation not improve, and I will return to this House when I am in a position to make further announcements.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Minister tell me how many more children must die before the government finally bans the sales and the export of all UK arms, including component parts, to the murderous Netanyahu's government?
Hear, hear.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's... I have seen children in Gaza. My department was able to get 2 of them out of Gaza last week. I understand the frustration of the House, but do not give the impression that what this government is doing is not deeply focused on the fate of children in Gaza. I hear the benches opposite laughing at 2 children getting out of Gaza. Of course, it is nowhere near enough. We hear right across the House the reports, but we are doing everything that we can, and we will continue to do so.
Jacob Collier.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister made reference to the joint statement with France and Canada on the 20th of May, and things have got worse since that point. Food distribution has been blocked entirely, and hunger is being used as a weapon, and innocent Palestinians are paying the price. So if that statement is to hold up, can the Minister say what action he is going to be taking with France and Canada?
I clearly can't bind the French and Canadian governments from this dispatch box, but we were clear that targeted sanctions would follow, amongst other actions, if there was not an improvement, and I can commit to the House that remains under review, and I will return to this place to provide a further announcement when I'm able.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister failed today to answer the question asked by the member for Argyle. Does his government believe Israel is committing a genocide? Yes or no?
It's a long-standing position. It's for a competent court to determine.
Laura Kirksmith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the approach of the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation flies in the face of every established principle of humane and effective aid delivery. As has become quickly apparent, the head of the organisation has resigned, and at least 42 Palestinians have been killed for simply trying to feed their starving families. This is an affront on all of us, on basic principles of human dignity and respect. Does the Minister agree that there has to be full accountability for these atrocities?
Yeah.
My honourable friend was an aid worker. She understands better than most the vital importance of these principles, not just in the Middle East, but right across the world. And I join with her and the Secretary-General in her calls.
Nadia Whitton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, men, women and children in Gaza don't care that our government has profound disagreement with the Israeli government, and the Israeli government doesn't care either because they're continuing to act with impunity. It's quite simple. There is a genocide in Gaza being committed by the Israeli government. We are complicit in that genocide. We have the power to act, and we're not acting. What are we waiting for? Why have we not sanctioned Israel for its war crimes? Why have we not implemented a full arms embargo, including on F-35 fighter jet parts? Why have we not recognised the state of Palestine? We can do it because we did it we did it for Ukraine. Why are we not treating Palestinian lives as equal?
Good point.
Yeah.
I thank my honourable friends for the question. She mentioned Ukraine. Our actions have consequences. The F-35 programme, and I understand that the House may disagree about the position the government has set out about the global spares pool, but it is the strongly held view of this government, including the Ministry of Defence, that we cannot stop sales to the global spares pool without harming the defence of NATO allies. At a moment of critical vulnerability for European security, the government has to act responsibly across all of its interests. Where F-35 parts are going directly to Israel, they are suspended. But we want the F-35 programme to continue, not only for reasons of our own national security, but that of our allies, including Ukraine.
Paul Wall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the horrific historic tragedy of the Palestinian people, and particularly the people of Gaza, is that they're at the mercy of 2 sets of extremists. The extremists of Hamas, but also the extremists of this Israeli government. National Security Minister Ben-Gvir said giving aid to Gaza is, and I quote, a mistake that delays our victory. Finance Minister Smotrich said, we are liberating Gaza and settling it. The Minister talks about further steps. Surely now is the time for us to sanction those individuals in the Israeli government to prove that we do not endorse such extremism.
Let me be clear from this dispatch box, we do not endorse such extremism. I won't speculate about sanctions from this dispatch box, but it has been clear in the leader's statement that should the situation not improve, targeted sanctions will be considered.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate, as the Minister of State, my right honourable friend is limited what he can say today from the dispatch box. But will he agree will convey back to the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister the extreme disquiet and unease across the House and particularly on these benches about the current position the government's adopting, and say to the Prime Minister, please come back next week and update the government's position and tell us that more sanctions are going to be considered and a recognition of the Palestinian state is also now on the agenda and going to be forwarded.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. The whole government, from the Prime Minister down, knows the extent of concern. I'm not sure that they necessarily watch all of these appearances, but don't be under any illusion that the whole government understands the strength of feeling in this House, in our constituencies, and right across the country about these issues.
Khan.
If this situation could not get any worse, we now have damning reports that Israeli fire is killing Palestinians trying to access aid at militarised distribution centres not sanctioned by the UN. It is a complete disregard for human life. Does the Minister agree that enough is enough and is now not the time to take immediate, stronger and further action against the Israeli government?
I share my honourable friend's concern about events in the Rafah crossing and beyond. The scenes from Gaza are intolerable, and I will return to this House when I'm in a position to do so.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clear that this House has no confidence in the government's handling of the F-35 programme. So can I ask the Minister this? What is to stop the government withdrawing from the programme and then selling bilaterally the parts to countries excluding Israel, ensuring that we are compliant with international humanitarian law and no component manufactured in the UK is being used to bomb innocent civilians in Gaza?
Unilateral withdrawal from the F-35 programme would have the effect of fully suspending the programme at a time it is required for global peace and security.
Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a disgrace that the Foreign Secretary isn't here, but unsurprising. Madam Deputy Speaker, the majority of the British public support a full arms embargo on Israel, yet this Labour government has continued to supply arms exports, including components for lethal F-35 fighter jets, enabling genocide, and those are not used in Ukraine, so that needs to stop being said at the dispatch box. The government has also defended this indefensible policy in court, claiming it has seen no evidence of genocide. The evidence is overwhelming. We know it, the Minister knows it, the government knows it. So does the Minister understand that through the decisions he makes every single day, he is personally complicit in genocide?
I'd like to address the point about F-35s not being used in Ukraine. The importance of the F-35 programme to Ukraine is that the deployment of F-35s allows a redeployment of F-15s, which are used in the defence of Ukraine. We cannot, convenient though it would be to the House, you cannot divide up defence and national security in that way. I am confident in what I say from the dispatch box. The F-35 programme helps protect Ukraine.
Calvin Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's statement and his efforts, but he must sense our frustration at the inability to arrest the situation that we're seeing in Gaza and the occupied territories. In the past few days, we've seen 58 people killed and many more injured in and around the GHF aid distribution sites. And those of us that have participated in UN operations in the past know that this should have been foreseen. It's It confirms all of our fears about what happens when humanitarian principles are disregarded. And let's be clear that Israel is continually and deliberately undermining the institutions of international law, and we need to respond more strongly. Israel isn't listening. Please, when will my right honourable friend announce sanctions on Israel's extremist government?
I want to thank my gallant friend who served in the RAF for a long time, as well as in the United Nations. These issues are desperate. We have taken, as he knows, actions against Israeli settlers, against extremists, and we've been clear if the Israeli government does not change course, there will be further measures, including targeted sanctions.
Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clear to us all that the actions of the Israeli government are morally abhorrent, and I welcome the further sanctions that the Minister announced, the Secretary of State announced 2 weeks ago. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I plead with the Minister, we need to go further. We need to go further on sanctions. We need to consider trade measures. Like the Right Honourable Gentleman from Kenilworth and Southern, I too now believe it's time to recognise the Palestinian state. I was willing to accept the government's position on it, but I cannot any longer. Please, Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg the Minister to come back to this House extremely soon, tomorrow, next week, with further concrete measures.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard the force of my honourable friend's intervention, and I recognise the feeling right across the House of the need to see the situation in Gaza change, and that is an urgency felt by the government.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is increasingly accepted that Israel's military operation in Gaza, having forcibly displaced and starved millions of Palestinians, having killed tens of thousands, amounts to a genocide. The latest feature of that is its aid distribution process, which today doesn't deliver aid. It is a dehumanising death trap that sees a child in a tent receiving treatment being shot in the head through the side of the tent. For the UK to end its condemnation of its complicity, it must pull all the levers to stop Israel's military action immediately. There needs to be a shift from condemnation and demands for Israel's compliance with international humanitarian law to a clear, unequivocal commitment that if Israel does not comply, that it will be forced to comply by whatever means. Will he make that commitment?
My honourable friend has got a long commitment to these issues, and we were discussing them through the recess. Clearly, the situation in relation to aid in Gaza remains absolutely desperate. We condemn the scenes. We did so on Sunday. We have been clear in our views about the new aid mechanism, but let us not escape the fundamental position of the British government, which is we oppose this operation in Gaza. We are calling on all sides to return to a ceasefire. That is what we are working towards.
Olivia Blake. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that the Minister has heard today from colleagues right across this House the frustration that we've kind of heard and the contradictory things we've kind of heard today about from the Minister in response to questions, that there will be a change when there is a change, and there'll be new steps when there's new steps available, when there's this change. But in the same statement is outlining how Israel's newly introduced measures for aid delivery are inhumane, foster desperation and endanger civilians. Surely the actions of this week show that there is yet again another change, and now is the time for action and changing in our response. Keir.
I don't think what I've said has been incoherent, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 19th of May, we announced leader-level statements setting out our position. On the 20th of May, the Foreign Secretary came to the dispatch box to announce concrete new measures. I hear that the House would have liked me to come to this afternoon to announce further measures. We have been clear at the level of our Prime Minister, alongside our allies, both at 3 with France and Canada and with 26 partners, of the need for change. I hear from the House that they would like further measures announced this afternoon. I have committed to return when I'm in a position to do so.
Final question, Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must take issue with the Minister when he said that it's people outside this place wearing badges and marches who aren't making a difference. What's the difference? The difference between members of the public wearing badges and marching is that's all they can do, whereas ministers in a government can bring sanctions, end arms sales and hold the war criminal Netanyahu to account. So I ask the Minister this. Quite rightly, this government in this House has labelled Russia's actions in Ukraine as war crimes, and accordingly they brought in significant widespread sanctions. When will they do the same in relation to Israel? Because otherwise this reeks of double standards, and Netanyahu will see the Minister and this government as a weak pushover and a joke.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. I was not seeking to disparage the efforts of activists or protesters, but when the honourable gentleman asks when will we suspend arms to Gaza, we have suspended arms to Gaza. I hear the frustration of the House, but the Labour government took steps. I am proud of the steps we have taken. I hear the frustration to go further, but let us not pretend that this government has done nothing. It is deeply distressing, the scenes in Gaza. We have been clear, as I have been clear this afternoon, that we will take further steps if they do not change. But we have taken measures and we will continue to do so, Madam Deputy Speaker.
That is the end of the statement. It's been going on for about 90 minutes. Point of order, Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had an hour and a half of questions. It is very, very unusual, Madam Deputy Speaker, for almost every member in this House to be speaking with one voice. I wonder if the Deputy Speaker could give me some guidance on where something is the preserve of the executive, where it is only the government that can take action, for example on international sanctions, for example on arms sales, for example on many of the discussions that we're talking about today in relation to Netanyahu or other ministers in the Israeli government. How can the members in this House who have spoken with one voice today have actual change made when it's not the responsibility of this House, it's the responsibility of the government, and they don't seem to be listening at the moment?
The honourable member has most definitely put her point on the record, and the Treasury front benches will be listening. It is not a matter for the Chair, but there are many opportunities that the member can take up to put pressure on the government, and the Table Office can indeed advise on that. We're going to be moving on to the 10-minute rule motion. If there is going to be any movement on the front benches, this will be the time for people to be shuffling over. If people are leaving the chamber, they should leave very quietly and quickly indeed. Thank you. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion, Gaza Independent Public Inquiry, and I call Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for establishing an independent public inquiry into UK involvement in Israeli military operations in Gaza, to require the inquiry to consider any UK military, economic or political cooperation with Israel since October 2023, including the sale, supply or use of weapons, surveillance aircraft and Royal Air Force bases, to provide the inquiry with the power to question ministers and officials about decisions taken in relation to UK involvement and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the aftermath of the Iraq War, several attempts were made to establish an inquiry surrounding the conduct of British military operations. The government of the day spent many years resisting those attempts and those demands for an inquiry. However, they could not prevent the inevitable, and in 2016 we had the publication of the Chilcot Inquiry, which Sir John Chilcot had undertaken over several years. The report found serious failings within the British government, which ignored the warnings of millions of ordinary people who had been protesting on the streets against the invasion. I was leader of the Labour Party at that time when the report came out, and I apologised on behalf of the Labour Party for the catastrophic decision to go to war in Iraq. History is now repeating itself. Over the past 18 months, Human beings have endured a level of horror and inhumanity that should haunt us all forever. Entire families wiped out, limbs strewn across the street, mothers screaming for their children buried under the rubble, human beings being torn to pieces, doctors performing amputations without anaesthetic, children picking grass and dirt from the ground thinking they might find something edible to eat. The survivors will face lifelong mental health consequences which will go on for generations. Home by home, hospital by hospital, generation by generation. We are not just witnessing a war, we are witnessing a genocide, this time live-streamed all over the world. Today, the death toll in Gaza exceeds 61,000. And at least 110,000 people, or 1 in 20 of the entire population, have been severely injured. 2 Israeli officials are now wanted by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain has played a highly influential role in Israel's military operations. First, Britain has been supplying weapons to Israel, weapons that are being used to bomb the people of Palestine. This, of course, started with the previous concern